said that it's, you know, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, you know, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But, you know, I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I never got an email back yet. Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? Welcome. We are on a little bit late tonight because I woke up at like 5, but that's what happens when you're digging into stuff and trying to find out, you know, answers to different things. Now, when it comes to, I want to jump right into it. Again, we are here. It is 2/14/2024. I'm kind of lost in my day, so I got to look over to my right and find the day. But again, there's no charges in the Madeline Soto case when it comes to her murder. Absolutely none. But there's a lot to talk about tonight. There's another case that I'm looking at, Riley Strain. Absolutely crazy. I seen a CCTV footage where somebody like runs up. You know, I don't know. It looks like the person's grabbing his arm, but I can't tell. I don't know. It's very weird. So interesting conversation tonight, to say the least. I mean, that's the first thing I seen when I woke up. I looked in Discord and they were talking about Riley Strain, and multiple people were. And I started to glance at it. Pretty crazy. Looks pretty wild. Deidre, nice to see you. I appreciate you coming in. Nice to see you. Let me add this up real quick. Skippy, how you doing? She said, good afternoon. Shh. It's more like good night. But yeah, no, welcome to the late night show. Make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you turn on the notification bell. We are going to check out some videos. We're going to go over some things tonight. Maybe do a little bit of investigating on what's going on with Riley Strain. Also, again, Madeline Soto, no arrest charges, nothing. Why? What's going on in the case so much? There is no arrest charges put forward on yet Stephen Stearns for murder or no other suspects. What's going on? Now, we think that mom's a suspect, but we don't know. Let's just be honest and say flat out, we don't know what is going on behind the scenes at this point. We are all lost in the sauce, and we want to know what's going on and why there's no arrest on the murder of Madeline Soto. So essentially, is her murder being put on the back burner, or are they trying to connect some type of dots behind the scenes? Let's check this out real quick. Here's an update video on what happened today, and I'm sure most of you heard, so check it out.
It has been set for the prime suspect in the death and disappearance of a 13-year-old girl. Madeline Soto was found dead in a wooded area in St. Cloud. Stephen Stearns has not been charged in her death, but will stand trial in May for dozens of child sex charges. Channel 9's Daryl Matthews has covered every development in this story. And Daryl, Stearns is due back in court next month.
Thank you, Leisure, for the 15 months. I appreciate you.
To be exact, will be his arraignment date, April 24th, pre-trial.
How you doing, Mel?
May 13th. And now the state attorney's office tells me that.
So May 13th, say that again?
Trial May 13th. And now.
So trial May 13th. Trial May 13th. What's going on, Lily Rose? Nice to see you. Heather, nice to see you. Bombshell, appreciate you coming in. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Again, we are going to dive in to some Madeline Soto, and then we're going to touch up on the Riley Strain case. And let me just catch a few people up if you're just coming in, just so you're familiar with it when I come around to it. And maybe you do some research on the side while we're going over a few different videos. I respect that. People are probably like, well, who's this and what? Let me give you just a little bit of a background on Riley Strain before we continue catching up on the update with Madeline Soto. Riley Strain is a 22-year-old. He's from the University of Missouri, or he's a University of Missouri student. He went missing after being kicked out of the Luke Bryan's bar in Nashville. He was last seen by friends on March 8th. In subsequent attempts to locate him via Snapchat, phone calls were unsuccessful. Strain is described as 6'5" tall, weighing about 160 pounds with blue eyes and light brown hair. He was wearing a brown button-up shirt, blue jeans, brown boots, and a black Apple Watch. The police have searched hospitals and jails, but have had zero success with that whatsoever. So I feel like we need to do some diving into that tonight. And I want to look at the CCTV footage of him. It looks like somebody is possibly grabbing the arm, but it's hard for me to make the figures out in the CCTV footage. And that's kind of what was taking me longer to come on tonight, because I'm like looking at the CCTV footage, I'm blowing it up. I'm, literally trying to zoom in, and it's hard for me to really get in deep because it gets real grainy. So you'll see what I'm talking about when I pull it up too.
Now, the state attorney's office tells me that those are set arraignment dates.
How you doing, Ruth? Nice to see you.
In this case, Stearns did waive that date, and those were the next court dates picked by the court system. He's sitting in a jail cell right now, and if convicted of child sex crimes he's accused of, Stephen Stearns could spend the rest of his life in prison, regardless of what happens in the investigation into the death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto.
I don't think this case is going to go.
I got you, Scott.
Added. You're going to be a year and a half, 2 years away before this case comes to trial.
We'll get to that. I got you.
The prime suspect in the disappearance of Madeline Soto is the boyfriend of Soto's mother. He was the last person seen with a 13-year-old. In May, he'll stand trial not for her disappearance, but rather dozens of sex crimes.
Hey, Bruno, we ain't giving up on Maddie. I told you we're covering that till charges are set forth. We ain't done that. We are far from done. You best believe that.
Defense is not ready for trial, which I don't think they will be. At that trial date, they're going to move to continue to give them more time to examine the evidence.
So far, investigators have examined enough for the state's attorney's office to charge Stearns with 60 counts of sexual battery on a child under 12 and lewd or lascivious molestation. Stearns has not been charged in Maddie's death, as law enforcement continues to investigate and has yet to charge.
You said you can't hear video? No?
Anyone.
They're waiting for all of the evidence to come in.
Down Riverside. Can we let Trev run this?
Look at it, analyze it, and make an informed decision as to the murder charge.
Yeah, right. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. There's what's going on with the murder charge. What is going on with the murder charge? I get that he had all these photographs. We understand that, but we want to know who is responsible for murdering her. I mean, they said it was a homicide investigation, not us.
Now, former Chief Judge Belvin Perry presided over the Casey Anthony case. He says right now he's commending law enforcement for taking their time to go through evidence and DNA to find out how Maddie died, taking out anyone who's not involved in her murder, and holding the person responsible without making any mistakes. We're live in Orlando. Daryl Matthews, Channel 9, Eyewitness.
Our detectives have determined that.
Other one too. Hold up. You said boost the volume is low. I got you. Hold on. Let's pull this up. It should play louder. Let's see.
That Madeline was never dropped off on the morning of February 26th near her school. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time, and that Stephen Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day. We have video evidence that shows Stephen Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in that apartment complex in Kissimmee at 7:35 on Monday, February 26. Detectives later recovered Madeline's backpack and her school-issued laptop.
We know. So who is responsible for taking her life, sir?
From that dumpster. At 8:19, we have evidence that shows Stephen Stearns returning to the complex, and Madeline was visible in that vehicle. We believe.
There we go. And okay, that's another thing that I want to get into. They say she was visible in the vehicle. So if she was visible in the vehicle and you seen who the occupants were inside of that vehicle, why are they not charged with murder right now as we're speaking? Because you can add everything else and build your case behind that. Why is she not, or why is Stephen not charged with murder? That's why we think mom is a suspect. I'm sorry. Allegedly, everything that you hear here is allegedly speculation. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true, but they say with their own words right here that they seen her in a vehicle and yet nobody is charged with murder. Don't you find that a little bit odd, ladies and gentlemen? Do you not find it as odd as me? This is why I'm on here right now. My mind is blown still at the simple fact that there's no charges pressed on anyone for Madeline Soto's death. Just the sexual stuff. Just the sexual stuff. Nothing of murder. Not one person is facing murder for this right now, but they seen her in a vehicle, deceased, friggin' deceased. So you seen her in this vehicle, deceased. Right there is one of your people. Why are they not charged right now, sir?
She was already dead at that time.
Welcome back. Despite all that evidence that he's laying out, still no murder charges.
How much more? I mean, Kelly, I get it, getting all the evidence. I understand that. But you already have enough to charge him with the murder, right? That's why we think mom's a suspect. That's what I'm trying to point out, is that we already know that they could set forth and charge Stephen Stearns. They wouldn't wait. Somebody else is allegedly a suspect here. In my mind, that's how I'm looking at it. They see her in the vehicle, deceased. It doesn't make no sense why those charges aren't pressed forward on Stephen Stearns. What more evidence do you need? It's pretty clear, cut and dry that you've seen her deceased in a vehicle. You could charge that person.
Is in this case for Stephen Stearns. All the charges that he's facing now, 60 counts, are all sex abuse and child sex abuse on his phone that's recorded. Look at this massive list. But I want to specifically look at one area of these charges, which are very significant, especially.
And after this video, and there's one more that I want to watch with you guys, I will open up the lines and we will talk about it. I'll take some calls for a while and then we'll jump into Riley Strain.
Now in the state of Florida, sexual battery on a child under 12, 8 counts of that, okay? Significant. The other counts are significant as well, but that's the most significant. Why? Because of a brand new law down in Florida, which went into effect on October 1st of 2023. A person 18 years of age or older, Stephen Stearns, who commits sexual battery upon or an attempt to commit sexual battery injures the sexual organs of a person less than 12 years of age commits a capital felony.
Yep, we went over those papers here.
It's now a potential death penalty.
So you mean to tell me that, I'm just trying to think in my head here, because I could already see the pitch of some people saying, well, they already got him on this, so why even charge him with, what do you, my question to that would be, what do you mean? He murdered her. Allegedly. Right? What do you mean he murdered her? It doesn't matter. I know he did all these sexual crimes to her, but at the same time, this is America, right? Put those murder charges. Somebody's got to be charged with murder, right? Or are you just sweeping it off under the rug because you got enough to put him to death here? Is that what's going on? Are we about to witness history go unfold in front of ourselves right now, where a murder charge doesn't matter because they already got enough to put him to death for the sexual crimes that he committed against Madeline Soto? Is that what we're about to witness? Or am I just in a dream world when I'm thinking that somebody else is a suspect and why the charges aren't pushed forward? Am I in a dream world right now? What, are we about to witness history in the United States of America? I don't know.
For the sex crimes in Florida for someone under the age of 12, the victim. And you look, this goes back to 2019 now, right?
Yeah, right.
That's clearly under the age of 12. Going all the way to 2022, still under the age of 12 in 2022 in the summer. Now, here's the problem. The law went into effect in 2023. Mm-hmm. So is this a potential death penalty case just for the sex abuse charges? You Let's bring in the think tank. Joining us live in studio tonight, criminal defense attorney, entertainment attorney, former assistant DA in Atlanta, Daryl Cohen. Also with us tonight, criminal defense attorney and Emory University law professor, Molly Palmer. And finally, family law attorney and law professor at Emory University, Randy Kessler's with us. So it's Daryl and the professors tonight. Great to see everyone. Can you punish someone
They want a solid DP case
for conduct back in 2022 and 2019 with a law that was passed in 2023?
I would hope so, but the answer is no, and that's spelled N-O. Unfortunately, it's called ex post facto. No.
You don't think it's
He deserves nothing less and nothing more.
I understand what he deserves. I want to know what the law is first.
The law, in my view, no, because you cannot pass a law regarding something that took place before and prosecuted.
Even if it's just the punishment?
So here's the issue. The law actually is unconstitutional because in 2008, there was a United States Supreme Court case, Louisiana versus Kennedy. It was a 5-4 decision.
I agree, Tracy.
Wherein the court analyzed the interplay of the 8th Amendment, the prohibition on cruel and unusual punishment, compared to the 10th Amendment, the state's rights to legislate. And they said, if there's not a death or an intent to do death, kill somebody, then you cannot impose the death penalty. The fact that Florida has enacted this law is one thing. I mean, legislatures all the time enact unconstitutional laws. I do believe that this law will be found unconstitutional as it has been before.
See, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying somebody's going to get away with murder, essentially, but I'm saying, are they thinking, okay, we got enough to put him to death with this, so he'll never make it to a murder trial. He'll never make it. That's what I'm saying. But is that their thinking? Because I'm looking at this new law here, right? That they can put people like Stephen Stearns to death who have done this. And that's why I was looking at it the way I am. I'm not saying nobody's going to get away with murder. Not at all.
I also think this is going to be a murder case, and that then will make it a capital felony.
That gets, so the sex crime's not going to do it. You agree, Professor Kessler?
Molly makes law professors look good, doesn't she? She's exactly right. So on 2 counts, he loses. The law is unconstitutional, and it's ex post facto. We'll get to use those fancy words we learned in law school. Can't declare something illegal after it's already happened and then convict somebody of it.
Okay, so on 2 different grounds, we're saying this might be a problem to try to get a death penalty from the sex crimes. Okay. Daryl, everyone's asking, why hasn't he been charged yet?
Because at this point, at least in the state attorney's office eyes,
love that point. Thank you, Jennifer, for bringing that up too.
they don't have enough evidence to where they're circling. Believe me, they're looking at DNA, they're looking at every piece of evidence they can possibly find. And when they have enough, because he's incarcerated, he can't go anywhere. All he can do is go get his meals, go to the cafeteria, maybe. Right. They'll charge him, but they want to wait because they can wait. It's not as if he can disappear, flee the country, flee any place.
So a lot of people scratching their heads because, in the initial press conference, they're saying, we believe her dead body's in his car.
Belief is not tantamount to proof.
Right, and I think in this case, it's strategically smart for the state to charge him with 60 plus additional felonies for which he's facing life in prison, because people want to know. They want to know the specifics, and sometimes investigation doesn't get you there. So now you have leverage. You can sit with him and say, look, you're facing life either way. I haven't charged you with capital murder. Tell us what happened. And at that point, perhaps there are some unanswerable questions at this point that resolve all of these things we're wondering about.
Well, a lot of people also wondering about the mother, Randy.
Well, the mother. Well, first of all, the father. He might wish.
He's not the father.
The boyfriend.
Wait.
The stepfather.
She called him the stepfather. You're a family law guy, so you know better than all of us. But apparently, the mother referred to him as Madeline's stepfather. We don't know what Madeline called him because she's not with us.
I'm sure she called him
predator.
I don't think they were married, but there are rumors that maybe they did get married. I don't know.
But back to what I was saying, he probably would be wishing for the death penalty. You don't want to be in jail forever with the conviction of those crimes. So back to that, he might say, please give me the death penalty after this trial. But yes, the mother, that's strange behavior. Why is she not out there telling the whole world everything she knows, talking to the cops, saying, she
might be. We don't know. We don't know where she is, by the way.
But remember, if she does, she may put herself in very deep yogurt.
Well, what kind of potential problems could mom have here?
I mean, the way that she behaved during the press conference, I thought was strange from the beginning, right? There's no tears with either of them. She said a few things.
Oh, wow, I see a lot of you calling it. I'm gonna open it up very soon.
That I found to be very, off-putting. So if she is complicit in terms of the murder, these charges also can serve as leverage against her. You know, a good lawyer can say.
What do you mean by complicit? What sort of action?
If she knows about the murder, but is not involved in the production of child sexual exploitative material or the sexual batteries, then now she can become a source of information to implicate him, who is seemingly more egregious in his behavior. If she has any involvement in the killing of her child, now those unanswerable questions can be answered through her, and he can be prosecuted.
What defines involvement? Where's the line between knowledge and involvement? Because a lot of people talk about this concept of turning a blind eye.
That's exactly what she may have done.
Well, it's also different when you're a parent. You have a duty to take care of a child, and child endangerment means you're responsible for a child. You got to protect the child. If it's your child and I know something's going on, that's different. Do I have a duty?
Thank you so much. Thank you, T, for being a voice and using this platform for nothing but the best reasons. I appreciate your hard work on these cases. God bless you all. All of this is so devastating. Thank you, Signal Mom, for your support. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Need to intervene, less so than if it's in my household. I've got to protect my child.
So does the knowledge get you to murder?
Yes, it
Parties
can.
to a crime, conspiracy.
Absolutely.
She may not have done anything other than see, feel, or hear what's going on, but clearly, in my view, she can be charged with and convicted of murder if the evidence is there that she knew what was going on.
Not doing anything physically to take the life, not doing anything to sexually abuse her own daughter, but knowing that it's going on and knowing that the murder took place can wrap her up in the actual murder charges?
Accessory after the fact, if she did anything in terms of trying to cover it up, and certainly deliberate ignorance is no defense. You don't get to turn a blind eye under the law, and the jury is often instructed on that very provision. So yes.
It might be an option for him. If he wants to lessen his sentence, he might say, Mom was holding the camera. Mom was involved. Mom knew about all this. You don't have
Mom was holding the camera, and that's a lot of things that some of y'all bring up.
Have anything on Mom. I'm going to give you, Mom, on a silver platter. Give me something in return. You never know what's going to happen.
Inactive participant, she can still be charged, she can still be convicted, and the two of them can play one another. Each can play one, and they can go down together.
All right, let's talk about something else that's a big part of this case. All of these images, hundreds of images, and they're all connected to the charges, right? The first 20 counts, there's images of all of them that he's being charged with. And how far do you think this investigation will go in terms of trying to figure out if there's connections to anyone else?
I mean, I wonder if the feds are going to get involved. If you actually have a production case, which I think has been hinted at, I mean, is this just possession of child sexual exploitative material, or is he producing it? I mean, those are typically cases that the FBI gets involved with, and then they start seeing, you know, like you said, how far did it go? How nefarious is this conduct? Is this being sold and disseminated on the World Wide Web? These are questions that I think the feds would like to answer, or perhaps it stays in Florida and maybe it is something that was limited to some.
All right, y'all. I get what they're saying. I'm about to open up the lines right now because I want to hear from you on this. Maybe you can help me make sense of what's going on in this investigation. Maybe you, in your investigative mindset, when you're looking at this case, what do you think is going on right now? I need some help. Help me put this together, Rev Gang. 219-885-9693. I'm opening up the lines wide. I see a lot of people calling in right now. The lines are open now, so you can continue to try. It should come through. So
their home and you know, just the child and not being shared amongst other people on the internet.
Oh, there's one. 618. It's never too late. What's going on? You're live.
Oh my goodness.
You know, just the child.
First
All right. Let me turn this down. Am I on?
Yes, ma'am. You were live. What's going on?
Hey. Did you get my email?
Which one?
I'm Cindy in Illinois. I think this has a lot to do with her birthday, and I think that she might have been killed accidentally, and I don't know. Maybe I'm not saying this. I'd like to know where she was all night. If she's at the birthday party, then where's the timeline of the mom being at work, and then where was she when she wanted to be brought to her at her sister's? How did she get home from the birthday party? If the mom went to work,
probably with him, right?
If the mom was at work and the grandma said she left, then yes, she must have left with him. Who's to say he took her home?
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, I'm thinking, since it's her birthday, and I'm thinking this is tied in with all those arrests that came down now. Was that the day before her birthday where all those arrests happened?
No. That was after. Are you talking about like the Santa thing and all that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's way after. This is after. Yeah.
Okay, so about the feds that people are talking about, the FBI and all that, they're already in that area getting ready for something. And then this happens. So I think it's tied in with, why are so many there? How did they know that they were going to be there? And how come there was a big group of pedophiles at that time?
Yeah, that's weird. And they obviously connected those guys all together. 200, I think it was 220 something.
28, something like that. Right. Now, I saw the interview with the sheriff where he was, busting people out and showing pictures of their faces and all that. What's his name? Grady Judd?
Yeah, Grady Judd.
Okay, I saw the pictures and all that. And him talking. And he's pretty passionate about getting these people, I think.
Yeah, he is.
Or it's a really good act. And he's involved. And there are police involved, I'm sure, because they're regular people. And there's, you can't spot a pedophile by looking at him or the job he has or the clothes he wears.
Yeah.
It could be anybody.
I don't know. It's just hard for me to believe that this has been going on for 6 years, right? What he was doing has been going on for 6 years, and nobody seen or noticed anything.
Right, that fits right into it. I think the mom stole her.
I mean, look at this. Point. This is as far back as her being 8 years old, right here, with this dude in the picture.
Right. I think she's already kind of separated herself from her daughter, like emotionally, which is a reason that she acted that way in her interviews. I think she disconnected herself long ago. So and she's just,
allegedly she's at the aunt. Like the mom's at the aunt's, right? Like allegedly, that's the word that's out there. That's everything that's circulating. As far as that I know, people said they went by there and that she's there, but it's a gated community that she lives in. The mom,
now
or the sister, or whatever.
Aunt? She's living with the aunt now.
Yeah, I talked to somebody from there, this local area, that said that she lives in a gated community. She called last night. If you go back to the stream last night, she called in, sweet lady. She works in that area and was actually, helping search for Madeline at the beginning. She called back in last night and said that allegedly mom's over at sister's in a gated community. So
allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly. Everything you hear here
is allegedly. She's in some kind of protective custody.
That's not true.
What? Is there proof she's in the hospital?
No, I think I've seen no proof that she's in the hospital. That is rumor, and as far as that's speculation. So we got to go with that when we talk about.
I think she's in some kind of protective custody. They're not going to just let her run around the street, staying in her aunt's house or at her girlfriend's house. Or
she barely wanted to. She barely look at this little girl right here. She barely even wanted to touch this guy. Like, I mean,
Oh, yeah.
wow.
Oh, so, of course, because I think this has been going on for a long time. I think, she was recruited out of Disney. She's still at Disney. I think Disney's involved. And I think that David that called in, I think he was spot on. And this is bigger than everybody thinks.
I don't know.
I mean,
but as far as that, I mean, I've seen some
all
digging be
connected.
done on that, and I'm still waiting for full-blown answers on that. But I don't know whether, again, the story that you've heard that David person tell me is me picking up the phone with you. I don't know anything of what they're saying is true. Anybody can call in and say anything. So
he's pretty verifiable though.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. So it's up for everybody, like everything that's thrown out as far as the claims that are being made. It's 50-50 grain of salt with me. I don't know if I fully believe it until I dig into everything and see everything in front of me to where I can read and make sure that it all adds up in full. I'm not going to say that somebody's lying, but I'm definitely not going to go out and cut my head off and say, well, he 100% was the truth.
This is just my opinion, honey.
No. I know that. I'm saying in general, I know a lot of people believe that. And I actually dropped some notes on a lot of stuff that people found that I was able to find in Discord earlier about pertaining to who you're talking about right now. And it's pretty interesting.
I think it's not a coincidence that this happened. I think it threw a wrench into the big bus plans, kind of.
Right.
So I think because of what happened to her and the bus was after that, I think they had to hurry up and have that bus. Maybe they weren't ready. I mean, I'm looking at the big picture here.
Yeah.
I still want to know, where was she all night and what was the mom's timeline for work? Because I think that's got something to do with it. I think he didn't take her home. Right. I think he took her to some kind of a ritual celebration with all a bunch of people there. I think she was killed by someone being too aggressive with her, or I don't want to get graphic.
Yeah.
As far as, but maybe the 13th birthday is what was so special. Why the mom didn't want to go to the party, that's for sure. Maybe she had a little bit of feeling for her and knew what was coming.
So, I mean, before I move on to the next caller, do you think this mom's involved here?
Well, yeah, I think she sold her, and she's kind of emotionally disconnected from her. She's putting on an act, obviously, but why? And where was she all night?
Right.
At work? Where was the mom? Where? Who did Maddie leave the party with? And why did she say, bring her to me? I think she knew she was already dead long before. I think he might have called her and said, from somewhere else. See, where's the pings on the cell phones?
Right.
We haven't heard anything about that yet. I think that's got a lot to do with.
Well, I know the wheels of justice do take a while. We won't get information again. I mean, it was hard to get information even out of the Brian Koberger case. And just speaking from experience, from looking at documents and different things as the case evolves, it does take a good amount of time. Honestly, within this case, I would not be surprised if we don't start getting documents within the next 3 months. I don't know. I mean, sometimes they're quicker, sometimes it's not, but information will start surfacing and we will start seeing the details and different things when it comes to this case, because something's going to happen here and there is documents. So we'll be able to go through them when they're available to the public. Ma'am, I appreciate you calling in and being
and like that lady said, though,
thank you so much.
When it's the FBI, they take their time and they get it right.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, 100%.
What's going on? Where's the press? Where's all the press trucks around? There isn't any. Yeah. I think they're holding them back.
I appreciate you calling in. God bless you.
Something's gonna happen.
Something is gonna happen. Shout out to her. We appreciate it. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts and opinions on the Madeline Soto case? No charges set out yet. It's Double-digit days. I know that for a fact. 512, what's going on? You're live.
Yo, what up?
What is going on? How you doing tonight?
How you?
Hanging in there. Hanging in there. What's your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case?
Man, mom is involved, dude. There's no way. 5 years? 5 years you're touching on a little girl, and you can't tell me that your daughter has no signs emotionally changing, physically changing. She's not detached from friends from school. You can't be a real mom and not notice a change with your child. I don't care how detached from your child you are or busy with work you are. You know your child better than anyone. This is blood of your blood, flesh of your flesh, skin of your skin. So it's impossible. And the whole we dropped her off. We took her to school. We saw her on surveillance. Bullshit. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't cuss, right?
Yes, you can.
Oh, okay. It's bullshit. She looks like she's lying, and she can't stare at the guy throughout the interviews. I don't see any tears, no crying, no nothing. If my daughter's missing for an hour, I'm going to be bawling out, hysterically crying, don't know what to do with myself. And more than that, she's given excuses of why Maddie won't be found. She has ADHD. She's very forgetful. She always forgets her phone all the time. What else did she say?
Talk to me. I like it.
You know what I'm saying? She's giving more and more excuses of why she's not going to be found, not more hope of why Maddie's going to be found. It makes no sense to me. Do you think she's
comforting
involved?
him? She's comforting him, right?
Yeah, she's constantly coddling the one person that's been seen with your daughter last. Your now missing daughter.
That's a fact, and that's
going to be the last person that I'm going to sit there and hold. If anything, I'm going to be side-eyeing you first. I'm going to wait till all evidence has come out and they say, hey, that's an innocent person before I sit there and, hey, come here, let me hold you for an interview.
Yeah, that's... I'm feeling you on everything you're saying, because it's like how I feel for real about this case in general. It's like when we see that, and then she tells a blatant lie, allegedly. According to WFTV, she tells a blatant lie. I seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m. while he's discarding items.
That's what I'm saying. Her story keeps contradicting the facts, and she sounds full of shit. It's just impossible, and there's no way since 2019. So since 2019, he's been raping her, molesting her, touching on her. You're telling me your 13-year-old daughter, who's growing up those whole 5 years, is not showing any signs of anything changing whatsoever?
Yeah, that's
If you look at 2019 pictures of Maddie, the one that you just pulled up, you can still see the glow in her face. You look at her 13-year-old birthday, she has purple sags underneath her eyes. She looks like she's sleep deprived. She looks literally like the life has been sucked out of her.
Good gracious. I mean, look, look at this innocent face. Like, I don't get it.
I don't understand how anybody can harm a child. I can't spank my kids, much less
to teach them. You know,
that's what I'm saying. You're supposed to teach them up to be better people of society. And I think our generation has just gone to crap. I mean, there's no other way to explain it. It's just getting worse and worse and worse as the
love
years
is going
evolve.
away, right? It's like the love is disappearing. It's all this darkness is seeping in. That's what I've been feeling in the world. I don't know what it is, but the energy lately is like everybody's just, I don't know. You got some people that are
if you listen to classic songs, they don't even sing about love anymore.
Yeah, it's just people. It's weird.
Everything's just changed. It's like people don't even want personal connections anymore. If you go into any stores, if you go into any restaurants, it's everyone's staring at their cell phones and nobody's talking, nobody's conversing anymore, nobody's talking about how their day's been. Nothing. Everybody's detached.
It's true. It's very true.
And I think with social media and YouTube and TikTok and everything, more and more people are not having that personal connection to one another. And I think that's why more and more things like this happen. And the fact that mom had this type of man around her child, and there was no clue that anything was going on. I mean, they said that he has been looking up porn and all of these countless charges. And if you go into the graphic details of his court documents and each count, he has bestiality on there several times.
Yeah, we read all of it. I actually went through, I read it, and then once I noticed it kept being the same thing, I was like, all right, so that one has the same thing, this one has the same thing, that one has the same thing. And it also said in there one of the following, and it mentioned a child of 5 years or younger, but it doesn't mean that that's what he did. It just said one of the following, but that was listed, which at first I thought it was like, is there another child, another victim here? You know what I mean?
Wow.
That's what I was thinking
Yeah.
when I seen that. But then again, a lot of people brought to my attention, it says one or the more of the following. So I was like, okay, it could be one of these things and not the 5-year-old part. Get it?
Right.
You know,
right. Did you see his old Reddit posts?
Yeah, I did actually. Somebody sent it in to me the other day and I pulled it up, and he was talking about how you could get around police and, you know, people going under the radar. Like that's what I read from the Reddit post. It was actually crazy.
Yeah, he sounds like he's already trying to help other criminals get away with other crimes.
Like what?
It has to be some type of, he's either like a severe narcissist or he has a what is it called, that godly projection, or it has to be something. There's no way that you can sit there and live under the same roof with somebody who's doing that to your child.
Right.
And either he's not showing signs or your child's not showing. There's just no way. 5 years? Come on.
Yeah, 5-6 years, even if it was 2, still, how'd you not notice the disconnect? That, I mean, because, you know, as a child, I can only tell you from what I felt when those things were happening to me. I disconnected from everything.
You withdraw.
I disconnected from everything. So when you have somebody like this doing these things to you, not only is he doing these things to you, but he's probably threatening you, telling you what will happen if you tell somebody. And you get what I'm saying? That's one of the steps that these sick bastards do.
Right.
They let you know how much trouble you will be in if you speak on them. And
well, see, the man that was molesting me, he's now a bishop.
And I'm sorry to hear that. Wow.
He was using God. He was telling me that God was telling him to do these things to me.
Come on.
So, and I think they're going to justify that for why Maddie's mom probably didn't know. Oh, he was probably threatening her. But that's what I'm saying, right?
That's not God. That's work of the devil right there. There's a big difference between the work of God and work of the devil. You got somebody telling you that, you better, you know.
That's what I'm saying. And
that's crazy.
And I believe that people that do that to innocent children have to be the worst of the worst, because you're taking somebody of pure innocence and you're depriving them of ever knowing a wonderful existence of life at all, because you're taking everything from them. You know what I mean? Not only are you taking their virginity away, their childhood away, but their innocence away. You're taking literally their soul from them.
Yeah. And that's what happens. And she never got a chance to recover from that, like me and you may have.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like, and that's the part that gets to me. Is like, damn, she was robbed. And I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. I appreciate the passion that you have and just your thought process, and the way you broke that down is kind of head on with the way that I'm thinking here with this case. Now, thank you so much for calling in.
I'm sorry that you're a survivor also. I'll be praying for you and all the other victims, man. We could get through this, but we also have to be vigilant of the people that sit there and lie when innocent children like this pass away, and when innocent things like this happen. And that mom, I don't care what she says, I promise you some charges are coming, because she looks so vindictive. She looks like a pure liar, and you can see it already coming out on the lies that she's already told from the interviews and with police. But I'll be praying for you, my brother. You keep your head up. Thank you for running this show and letting us have an opportunity to speak. I appreciate it.
You too, sister. Thank you so much for the kind words, first of all. Second of all, sharing your story. And third of all, being a voice for Madeline Soto. We won't stop being a voice for Madeline Soto until everything is figured out. And even after that, she'll still be thought of in our, especially in the Rev Gang family community, just as well as Madison Mogan, Xander Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, and Haley Gonzalez. And I could keep going. We, Christian Andriacchio. Just, there's so many different names. Missy Bevers. Just so many different names of victims that will forever carry on in my heart as long as I'm alive.
But thank you for bringing a voice for those kids, and thank you for bringing a voice for those voices who are no longer here that have a voice. You know what I'm saying, T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
So thank you for pushing on, and thank you for doing what you do and letting us each have a chance to speak on what we think too.
Absolutely. Anytime you feel like
you
getting
keep
through.
It up, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anytime you feel like getting through, just pick up the phone. And if you can't, bug me through email. It'll work eventually. There's a lot of stuff coming through, but I will get to it eventually. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. God bless you,
God bless you too. Such a sweet soul. Thank you. I appreciate your phone call. 219-885-9693. That was a great phone call. 907 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live. 907. Oh, don't get scared on me now. 215. You're live. Talk to me.
Hello, Trev. It's Jamie Bona.
Jamie
Professor Bona.
What's going on, Bona? How you doing tonight, sis?
Oh, I'm lovely. How are you?
Just hanging in there. Just woke up a little bit ago. Started processing different things that I'm seeing. I'm seeing all these other cases. A new name coming up, Riley Strain. I seen the footage on that. And then I'm looking at updates on Madeline Soto, obviously, as I'm obsessed with this case and cannot get it off my mind whatsoever.
Yeah, me too.
What is going on here? Help me break down what is going on. What's on your mind, first of all?
Okay, so first of all, the one thing that I didn't feel like we heard a lot about, and I was thinking, and I'm like, wait a minute, you know how when the mom said that, like, she used the whole thing that they saw her in the church parking lot, or they think they saw her. Do you guys think, because I thought about it, and I'm like, how come somebody hasn't come out yet and been like, no, that was my kid? So I'm thinking, what if the mom was like trying to, for her boyfriend, what if she did the whole, I saw her at 8:30, and then what if the mom dressed in the clothes, because apparently the person that was seen at the church was wearing the clothes that Maddie's mom said she was last seen in, but they weren't the same clothes that they found her in. So what if that was the mom acting as if she was the daughter? You know what I mean? Because nobody's caught up yet to be like, oh, that's my kid. It wasn't her. See what I'm saying? Like, and that would be really, really crazy. But she said crazier things. Do you guys know what I'm talking about, though? Like, because they said nobody's debunked that yet and said that they didn't see her, but they did say that they think Maddie was dead an hour or so before that.
Right.
So they did say that. So my thing is, then who was the person in the parking lot? And I'm like, it has to be her mom. Like, dressed as her. So that they had a way of being like, yeah, that's her. Look, and she's walking like towards school, and then you don't see her anymore. That's just a thought that I want to throw out there.
It's weird. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Hold on, let me see what chat's saying about it. Yes, she looks tired, kid, rarely. Hold on, the cover up could be that deep. Oh my God. Let's just see what chat says to what you're saying. Yes, she looks tired. She looks tired. A kid should rarely ever have bags under her eyes. Oh yeah, she was scared of nighttime or of the nighttime.
So my other thing is, for anybody out there that's been abused, so we all, like, there's a lot of people when we call up, we're like, oh, I would have did this, I would have did that. And I think about it and I'm like, okay, but when we were in the situations, many of us, how many of us, I don't know about you, but how many of us at the time didn't want the perpetrator to get in trouble because part of us maybe loved them or thought we did because we didn't know what was happening because we were too young.
Hit the nail on the head right there. I've heard that before.
You see what I'm saying? So how do we know that the kid didn't try to protect them as well because she was, maybe felt like that was
brainwashed.
Yeah, brainwashed. And if you looked at his Reddit post, he was like, "Oh, I'm painting with my, my stepdaughter and da da da." That's all grooming. We both know about grooming. So he could have been grooming for years. And then one of my best friends, I'm not going to say her name, but she, her stepfather is in jail for 40 plus years because he every day was abusing her. And she said that it wasn't until we were in 8th grade that she was talking to me and another friend of ours that she didn't realize that we didn't do things with our dad. And we didn't catch on. Like, she caught on by something we said. And she said that's when she started realizing that it was like wrong. And that wasn't until like 8th grade. And I'm like, wait, what? So, and I also went to a Catholic school though, so they didn't do a very good job of teaching us about stranger danger. But like in that case, she loved her stepdad. But then once she realized it was wrong and that not everybody else did that with their dads, she then wound up telling, and he got arrested, and he's still behind bars. But like, so some kids don't realize it, you know, or maybe they're afraid that like they don't want to get them in trouble. Because my thing is, she didn't tell a friend nothing, but neither did my friend. My friend didn't tell me and our other friend. We were like 3 peas in the pod. Like, she didn't tell either one of us. So too many people. Yeah. Well, yeah, I guess Stockholm syndrome is more like when somebody. I guess you could say it could be that. Technically, psychologically, it would be a little bit more of like attachment disorder or reactive attachment disorder, actually. But real quick, though, I just want people to understand what sociopaths and psychopaths, they are two different things.
Yeah.
A sociopath is created. A psychopath is made. I'm sorry. A psychopath is born. A sociopath is created. The thing is that sociopaths lack empathy. So
thank you, Soldier.
You could go out and, you know, be a serial, you know, whatever, and go home and eat dinner at 5 o'clock with your family like nothing ever happened because you lack the ability to feel guilt and remorse and anxiety. So that's why there's so many killers that got away with it. Like, how many times did the one get pulled over and he had things in the trunk and he had no anxiety at all. So the cop didn't think anything of it, gave him his ticket and let him go. So it's like, I don't think people realize that we can't compare ourselves to like a Stefan or like the mom or whatever, because we can't see ourselves in other people. We tend to get hurt when we see ourselves in other people. Because because that's what we would do, but we're not them, and that's why we're not there in that situation, and they are.
And a lot of I don't know, like
and
I get it too. Yeah, you studied this as a professor, right? You studied this as a professor, huh?
Yeah, this is.
A lot of people don't know that you're a professor, like I do. So
okay.
when you call in,
let me throw it out there, everybody. I've been teaching for 20 years at the university and the college level. I taught at Rowan University. I teach at Rutgers University. I teach at Camden County College, and now I'm at Holy Family University. I teach psychology. I've been teaching abnormal psych. I've probably taught at over 200 sections of just abnormal psych alone. I teach child development, developmental, intro to psych, statistics, research methods. I do it all.
And you help people in the Rev gang too. Like I just want new people to know that, because there's new people that are listening right now that may not be familiar with you like I am.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I am coming from a place of education, so people know.
Absolutely.
And so I do think it's important, even with narcissism, we throw the word narcissistic out a lot, but real narcissism is like, it's different. It's like the person genuinely doesn't think that they're going to get caught. Like they genuinely think that they're better, like their idea is better than yours. Like, trust me, we got this. Like, so what if he did the stuff on? First of all, the mother looks like she's desperate. I'm sorry. I mean, it is what it is. But she looks like, you know, somebody's paying attention to her. So she likes that, I'm sure. And I don't know how much of it she put up with just to have him in her life, which is sick. I don't know how she couldn't have known all those years. I just don't. Not one sign. I mean, that's what I'm not understanding. There's a. However, if my grandma notices that, come on now. I look at my friend, and it was going on for 4 years in her house, and her mom swears to this day that she had no signs because he literally planned it. Like, he would plan it for, you know, they work different shifts, or like he would, you know, be like, oh, I'll go pick up I'll go pick her up or whatever. Like, so it never was something like he always knew how to weasel his way through. So go through it and not know it. I do understand that. This is my problem though, is with her, is that she said she saw her at 8:30 a.m. That's a lie. And I genuinely, in my own opinion, have a feeling we're going to find out that she's the one that was in the church parking lot. I will not be surprised. That Maddie was? No, Jen. Okay, okay. Like, dressed as her. because not one person has come out yet. And
Whoa! Hold up, that's getting my mind to move right there. Did you hear that, ladies and gentlemen? Right? Say that again,
right?
Mom?
Think about it. Okay, so this is my thing. So she said the reason that I'm not on the mom's side anymore or whatever is because she lied and said she saw her at 8:30. We know that's not true because the police said that he dumped her stuff out at 7:30 and that they saw her deceased in the car at some time right after that. So we know the mom's lying. They then said the mom keeps going back to in every one of her interviews saying the last time they said they saw them is on the camera. So she keeps saying they, so she's distancing herself. So she's saying, like, in other words, I didn't see it on the camera. Other people, like, check the cameras. She's on the cameras. It's in my opinion that Jen dresses her. And because they said that the camera is grainy, the camera's grainy, and they couldn't really tell. And my thing is, why didn't any other parent come out yet and be like, no, that's my kid? They didn't.
Oh my God, you got me taking a whole different stance with that.
I guarantee you, I have this odd feeling that was her.
Oh my!
And that was her way of being like, look, we saw her then. We could just say she walked across the street. There's no other cameras there. The camera they got was grainy. They even said that they couldn't tell it was grainy. But my thing is, nobody's debunked it yet and said that it was somebody else.
And some people in chat said they thought that too. Interesting, because I haven't went down that. And shout out to y'all deep thinkers.
Does anybody in chat know of anybody coming out saying like, no, that was my kid in the green hoodie or whatever? Like, I don't remember anybody saying that.
It just would make so much sense if that, and I'm not saying that that's true. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, ladies and gentlemen, it is not true. It's all allegedly and speculation here as we talk. But what you're saying, Bona, like that,
and that could just be her desperation. He could say to her, like Jen, look, just do this, and then I'll make it up to you. But who the hell knows what the hell he's saying? He's psychopath. But you know what I mean? And who knows how desperate she is? I don't know. And who knows what her involvement was? Maybe he said something like, "Go ahead, if you tell me, remember that time I had, you were drunk and I had you holding the camera." Like, I don't know. Who knows? So he could have done something to hold against, like, above her to be like, help me out, where she should have just did the right thing, even if it meant getting in trouble, and said what she knows. But I definitely think she's hiding something, and I definitely have a feeling we're going to find out that she's the one in the video.
Wow.
And that's all I have to say.
Vona, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for being a voice in this community with your education. I do love when you come through and you drop your knowledge and share your thoughts with us. And your job, what you do is great. I'm glad that you do what you do.
I do this every day.
I'm also glad to have you in the Rev Gang family. I do want to let you know that also, because you think.
So every time I'm up here, everybody in the chat's always like, oh my God, because I'm always like, if anybody needs me, just email me. Am I allowed to tell people my email in case somebody's hurting? They could email me so I could maybe help them.
Absolutely. Why not?
Well, I don't know, because I don't know. Sometimes people say that that's like, I don't know, self whatever, but I'm not trying to get any money out of it. So it's not self whatever. I'm literally doing it out of the love of my heart. So it's Jamie, Jaime, Vona, V like Victor, ONA @gmail.
Well, why would I want to prevent somebody from getting help? That just doesn't.
No, I don't think that. I just don't want anybody to think like I don't have like some grand thing going on.
Some motive behind it. You just want to help. And I get that. Yeah. I get that too, and I respect that. I was trying to say. I respect that you're pointing that out and saying that. I actually respect that a lot.
And I have helped. I've helped quite a few of our family members, and they're doing good. Like, they're good. I'm currently not helping any of them right now, so that's saying something good, right? So if anybody needs me, reach out.
Well, I appreciate you, Vona. Again, thank you so much for being a voice in this community. And not only that, going the extra mile and helping people. That's even better. Thank you so much, Vona. Lock your doors, stay vigilant, and the Rev Gang family loves you. Shout out to Vona. We love her. She's awesome. 219-885-9693. We are covering the Madeline Soto case extensively. This case is weird. It's different. We're sitting back waiting for charges to come through, and nothing has come whatsoever. And we're all perplexed of what is the reasoning behind that, right? 612, what's going on? You're live.
Hi, I've never called in before. It's my first time. This is Jackie.
How are you doing? You said Jackie?
Jackie.
Jackie, how are you doing? You're live on the air. What's your thoughts on this case? Talk to us.
Awesome. Thanks for taking my call, and thank you for so much. Thank you for everything that you're doing.
Absolutely.
A couple of different things. First off, I haven't really been able to verify Jen Soto's identity. I'm not sure she is who she says she is. When I look into her and when I look into that address in Kissimmee, I can see who owns it, and it is someone with the last name Soto, who's a 70-year-old man. I was thinking maybe it's her father, but I couldn't find any resident, any Jen or Lisette or Jennifer ever living there. I did see that Steven was marked as living there until 2020. But when I'm just looking through kind of records, I can't find anyone named Jennifer Soto. Have you done any verification on who she is?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Okay. And I was first looking into it because I looked up the school that she went to. I was curious and I wanted to see the church. And I saw that those locations are in Orlando. And so I thought, well, why does the child who lives in Kissimmee go to school in Orlando? It's like 15 minutes away. And I looked at Kissimmee and there are tons of middle schools right by where she lives. And so I was thinking, well, maybe the mom doesn't even live in Kissimmee, or maybe the daughter doesn't live with the mom. What do you think?
Interesting. I'm not sure. That's a good. I haven't been able to. I'll just say this flat out. I didn't go and search up Jennifer Soto as far as running her name or anything like that. As far as what I could find though was the Facebook. She changed her name on the Facebook, and now I can't even find that no more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to speak on her character because I don't know her, but just public information that's out there in databases, I haven't been able to verify that there is one by that name.
So that's a good point. And two, did you search Jennifer Soto?
I did.
Nothing whatsoever in Florida.
Well, there were some people in Florida, but not around the age range that I think she probably is.
Now I got to pull up
and
my
not
True
connected
Finder.
to the man who the last name is Soto, who owns the apartment in Kissimmee. It's like a condo that he owns, and his last name is Soto. And so there are a bunch of relatives of his. One of them is the aunt who has been on TV, but I can't find Jennifer. And so I'm wondering if Jennifer is not her name, or
Well, we
if
found
her
her.
real last
We
name
found
isn't
her
Soto.
marriage certificate.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we found that. We found the marriage certificate, but I never went as far as to pull up the name. I've seen the marriage certificate, pulled it up on the show. We went over that, just try to find out who biological dad was. And when it comes to this case, we did pull that up here, and I have it somewhere on the computer. I'm about to find it right now. I have tons of different things, so much. It's crazy. There is so much. I'll find it right now, though.
Don't put any their names.
I'm surprised you haven't ran across that yet. The birth
I
certificate?
have not.
Or not the birth certificate. I meant the marriage certificate.
You mean the marriage?
Yep, that's what I meant. The marriage certificate. I have it here.
And that's her name on it?
Yeah, her name's on it.
Oh, okay.
Yep, her name's on that.
And that's good.
Yeah.
That's some good verification then. Awesome.
I have to go through all these down. I got so many downloaded files on here. It's crazy.
Oh my gosh, I bet.
That was what I found, but I never went as far as to pull up or run a background on Jennifer Soto.
Okay. Yeah, it's just interesting to me that, the child would go to school in Orlando when the child doesn't live in Orlando, supposedly. And I couldn't find her at that address. So I'm just wondering if maybe the Kissimmee address is her parents' house, or, if Jennifer and Maddie really lived there or not. I don't know.
Yeah, that part I don't know either, but I do know, well, they had to have some type of contact, because if you think about it, she went to school there. So they had to have contact for who her mom was or guardian was at the school, especially to put out.
Yeah.
They didn't get she didn't show up to school, allegedly, is what they're saying. But what if on the other side they did? But I don't know. Now people are speaking out saying they need to fix the school system, but is there really something else going on so deeper behind the scenes where there was a call,
so much
she didn't make it to school?
Yeah, there's just so much that we know as the public that I'm sure the police knows, and I'm sure the school has more information than what we know as well.
It's interesting because that's another thing that I think about is this: did that call come through at 10 o'clock or whatever time that they usually put through attendance, and we don't
That's
know
how it
about that?
usually goes, isn't it? Yeah, saying where's your kid if your kid's absent.
I know that they
Like,
said
I think
otherwise, or if somewhat hinted otherwise, but I haven't seen I don't know. I'd have to look back again, but I don't remember law enforcement really nailing that issue or nipping it in the butt in general if they got a call or not. Because usually you're gonna get a call if your child didn't make it to school. Point blank, period.
Yeah. And you have been for what, 30 years, 40 years, I think it's been like that. I know when I was, a young child a long time ago, and my parents would get a call back when you had anything in your home. So I can't imagine that that's changed too much.
Yeah.
And then one other thing to share with you while you're looking for that document.
Go ahead, you're good.
So I caught David's story on your live last night.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on
Interesting
that?
story, David Solomon. It was, I can't really speak to what his experience was, that's his unique experience. But there were parts of it. I mean, it was definitely interesting, and I found it a little hard to follow at times. But there were some things that he said that kind of made my blood run cold. So back in 2020, I was doing some work in Florida. Restrictions there with the pandemic weren't bad. So I was able to work with coworkers there and create some online programs. So anyways, I was there kind of in an Airbnb for a while, and I got a storage unit there. I lived in California at the time, and restrictions there were horrible. I went back to clean out my storage unit in Florida when everything was opened up again. This was like 2.5 years, maybe almost 3 years ago.
Wow.
Cleaned out the storage unit, and I'm filling up my car, and it was a lot more work than I thought it would be. It took me a while. And so I start to drive from kind of coastal Florida in kind of the middle of the state. Started to make the drive back to California, and like an hour into the drive, I was super tired. So I stopped at a rest stop and I was just going to close my eyes for a little bit, fell asleep, and totally just passed out from being so tired from cleaning out a storage unit. Woke up at 1 a.m. And this is right around the Orlando, Kissimmee, like right around that area, because it was like an hour from the coast. So that would put me right in this area. I woke up at 1 a.m. to like 10 or more children, ages probably 2 to maybe teenager, maybe not that old, wearing T-shirts, standing outside, looking freezing cold, looking scared. They were different ethnicities, so I don't think that they were siblings, and there were 2 adults escorting all these little children in the middle of the night into the rest stop, I'm guessing just to use the bathroom. And it was a freaky situation. I was thinking, like, these kids are cold. Where are their jackets? Where are their parents? What are they doing? And they were coming out of a van that had a church logo on the side of it.
Interesting.
And one of the adults kind of looked at me, and I'm a woman and I'm in the car by myself, and I was scared of the whole situation, so I drove off. But hearing David's call talking about, children being trafficked and people being trafficked through churches, it reminded me of what I saw there right in that area, and I just got so freaked out about that. So I think that there's something to be said there.
Interesting. That's interesting. So what was the church logo? Do you remember?
I don't remember. This was like 2.5 years ago. I just remember they came out of was this kind of big van, and there was a cross on the side, and it said, I don't know if it was a church name or if it was like a church youth program name. I don't remember what the name was. I didn't write it down or take a picture. That was years ago, but it's a memorable experience. And I thought, like, whoa, this is kind of creepy.
Was there kids in there or what?
Yeah, there were over 10 children. I think more children than there were seatbelts in this van. And they were standing outside. These 2 men were taking them out of the van and like kind of wrangling them to bring them into the rest stop. They weren't wearing jackets. They looked cold. They looked scared. Really bizarre.
Yeah. Now people are asking what this image is. It's It's the picture at the birthday party of her last birthday party. That's the image through the actual glass. It looks like Stefan standing here at the top and then two people right here. I don't know. Some people are saying these look like males also in the background, but I don't know that. I don't know if that is males in there. That's a crazy experience though, that you've seen that, and it was weird and creepy. Interesting. Is there something big going on there in Florida with children? Are they selling them? Like, what's going on?
I think it's possible, honestly, after hearing what that guy David had to say, and then the stuff with what happened to Madeline, poor thing, and then the two men being arrested right by there in St. Cloud in the same area for similar crimes. It's scary. It's scary. All the predators out there.
It is, and it's interesting. It's crazy, but I mean, also you got to look at all the arrests that have been happening lately. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. I'll find that birth certificate. It's somewhere on here out of the thousands of things that I got downloaded on here.
Okay, I'll see if I can find it too and like look through your old stuff.
Oh, it's on the lives. I've had it sitting right on the screen for like about a good 30 minutes. So you'll definitely see it.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Shout out to you. I appreciate you calling in. Stay vigilant, lock your doors, and thank you for being a voice in the community. We appreciate you. Shout out to her. 219-885-9693. If the photo, everybody's like, what's going on with this photo? And I'm gonna let you know what's going on with this photo. That's the photo from the birthday party. Okay. It's a photo from the birthday party, but yet it's the glass door. You can see through the glass. It looks like Stefan Stearns here, and here looks like somebody sent me in an email speculating that this is two males also. I don't know. I can't tell. It's hard to see from this image. That's why I circled that for you guys, because I was going to talk about it. 615, you're live. What's going on?
Yes, I called in the other night. I've called in. This is my third call. But I have two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
I saw on the news on a Florida channel that they say Maddie was killed the night of the birthday party.
Interesting.
Okay. The grandmother never said the child spent the night with her.
Yeah,
never said that.
I never heard her say it either.
I think he picked her up, or he left the birthday party with her. I don't believe or the grandmother said either, because I don't believe her. Anyway, I think you can't really tell who was at the birthday party. They said it was a family party, but you can't tell from, they don't show a lot of people, but the ones they do show are grown. And so I'm thinking that somebody knew that girl I think it was premeditated. I think he was going to stop her. No matter what happened, he was going to stop her, and it was premeditated. I think he killed her after that party, or somebody killed her after that party.
Interesting.
Got to the mother's house, and there's two questions. I have police officers in my family, and they say that somebody had to report that child was in that car dead. Somebody had to call in and report that. There's just not a way they can tell from looking in a camera if she's asleep or if she's dead. And so they feel like that they had somebody call them and tell them. Well, then he was under suspicion, but he took that body. If he was under suspicion, why didn't they follow him?
Right.
Not just on the camera. Why wouldn't somebody tailing him? What was going on there? I've got that question. And another thing I want to bring up is maybe when she found out that the child was dead in the car, maybe she called the police, and the police told her what to say. I mean, you just don't know, but all of them are deceitful, every one of them. And you can feel that when they're talking. And I just wonder if it happened that way,
Now, when it
If
comes
she
to your
died,
thoughts, on that, the part that you're talking about, and I get that, I get exactly what you're saying. How did they see or know that she was deceased in the vehicle? Like how? Right?
right?
Like that in
Somebody
my
had to
mind.
tell.
It's like, were you able to see that she was injured? Because that's a big statement to say. Well, we believe she was deceased. So, what made you believe
No,
that
they
she was?
said we knew she was deceased.
And even
If
that,
you remember,
yeah, that's.
they said they knew that she was deceased
Oh
at that
man.
time. So somebody had to have called. My thought is, and this is my third call to you. I called in the other night
That's
too.
a good thought too.
But I just feel like somebody else is involved in this. I really do, and I think it was premeditated. They knew they were going to kill that child after that birthday party, and I don't think the grandmother is talking either. I think they're all trying to stick to a story that doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, that
And this child suffered for it. Be it he was in a ring or whatever, that child suffered for it, and her life was more valuable than what happened to her.
I mean,
But it didn't seem like that family was concerned that weren't concerned of her value. And that's really all I've got to say. Thank you for everything you do, but I really do feel like it was premeditated and it was done that night. And I think all of them were involved. I feel like that from the way. I just don't understand how they knew she was dead. Like I said, I have family members that are police officers, and they said somebody had to clue them in. Somebody had to call them.
yeah, somebody clued them in. Was it who clued them in? Was it the mom? What do you think? I mean, what do you think that? Does that ever run your mind? Was it actually mom that clued the police in that? And maybe she was
That was on
being,
my mind.
you know what I mean?
That
Maybe she
she
was being
called
threatened,
when he, yeah, she
right?
called when she found out that child was dead in that car, and somehow she found out. He called and told her, or he told her what happened, or what else. I feel like that she might have called the police and said, "I fear for my life. You know, that my child is dead in his car," and then they took it from there.
Yeah, that's
Because all of a sudden she's nowhere to be found.
right.
And
Exactly.
so, are they protecting her from this?
Well, that brings me back to the photo that I had pulled up of this white vehicle. Why is there evidence tape? Maybe they did their due diligence and just searched it and to make sure that her story was checking. I mean, I don't know. If we're going with the theory, that theory that maybe she was threatened or told to say this, or he would hurt her. Let's just say we're going with that theory. Did they check out what she was saying to see if it was accurate? And that's why there's tape on her vehicle, because there is red crime scene tape right here on her vehicle.
Exactly. And I don't care how strong that tape is, you can get it off. But nobody has touched that car.
Interesting.
At that point. So I think the police are taking their time because they've got a lot to figure out in this case. And I think more people are involved than that mother. And I'm really anxious to see the biological father interview that they say he's going to have. I'm really anxious to see that because he's a police officer.
Yeah. So the biological father is a police officer. Interesting. Yeah, I'd be interested to see what he's got to say too. That's definitely
Me too. And where is that son? Where is his son? Why did it take him 2 weeks to try to find his son? Who's got him? They said he lived with the grandmother, but evidently the grandmother don't have him. Well, where's he been?
That's interesting.
Anyway, that was my thought on it, and I thought maybe it's a different way to process it, but I really feel like somebody had to call in and say, she's dead in the car. And then they still didn't follow him.
Mm-hmm.
So where was the child between she was dead in the car and she wasn't dead? You know, where was she?
So
Because then he took her out there, and they said it was a tip from somebody. Well, they could have been following him. It could have been that it wasn't a tip at all. You know, they knew. So I'm anxious to see how it all turns out. I guess as you are, and everybody on this channel. But you know.
Yeah, but no, we never. That's news to us. A lot of us in here. I didn't know Bio Dad was a cop. That was wild.
That's what I heard. That he's a cop. Not there.
I don't know if you're thinking about. Is that Sebastian Rogers you're thinking about?
I was thinking they said his dad was a cop, but maybe I'm confused on that.
No, we're talking about the Madeline Soto case.
Yeah.
That's why people were like, "Hold up, what does she mean?" Did she got the cases confused? Some people were saying that maybe she got them confused together.
Maybe I did, but I heard somebody say on there that he was a cop.
I was so focused on what you were saying that I had to go back and look at chat real quick, like, because I didn't remember Bio Dad being no cop. I was like, hold up, that's news to us. That's news to us.
But they say he's going to do an interview, you know. So we'll see.
Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice of the community. God bless you, man. Make sure you lock your doors, stay safe, and stay vigilant.
Okay.
Thank you. Shout out to her. I appreciate it. Good phone call. I think she did have him confused because I have not heard Bio Dad being a cop in this case. No. 865, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T-REV. How you doing this evening?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself tonight?
I'm good. Just a couple of thoughts again. So to the white car,
Mary?
Jen's car. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I knew it was Mary. I know Mary now. I'm locked in every time you call in. What's going on?
Uh-oh. I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
No, I'm listening. You got my attention.
I think with Jen's car, I think you're right. They had to do due diligence on that and just check it out, make sure it was I'm sorry, not involved, which obviously it wasn't, or they wouldn't have released it. Two, after hearing some of Vinnie Politan's interviews today, a couple of things came up to me about the Florida law. I found it interesting that they're saying it's unconstitutional, so that's going to be interesting to see what happens with that. But if it came out in 2023 and he had anything on her in 2023, she was 12, so that would go to him as well. So that should count. We'll see what happens with that. But if they're saying the feds are involved, and if he shipped any of this information across state lines, that's another charge. That's a federal charge. He was sending those pictures out or videos or wherever. So I'm sure they're tracking those people. And then the fact of saying, that somebody saw her dead and they were in the car, I still go back to the fact that he reported picking her up at 7:15, 7:45 or what have you. They can find the school computer chip, and location will tell you what time that was dumped. They see her in the car. He said she was quote unquote asleep. And I just think it comes down to timeline. And the fact he said what time he picked her up and took her to school, and the fact that she looked asleep in the car, and her autopsy possibly might tell, although it's 5 days out. I don't know, 2, 4, 5 days out. I don't know if they could tell from that.
Right.
But I think it ties into the timeline. And I also think that they're trying to, I still think they're trying to get bigger and badder people than he is. I mean, he may be a part of a ring and he may be a leader, but there are always bigger and badder people that they may be trying to get to. And I think that's what's taken so long. The picture at the party, the men in the background, could be family. We don't know. But if she died the night of the party, that would make sense. Because what are you going to do when she's, just turned 13, pubescent, you're a woman now, it's party time. They could have had several people with her that night and maybe drugged her and it overdosed her. And he had to do something with her because, again, where Jen said, I called and told the grandmother, and this is what the grandmother said, she called and said, you know, Stefan, bring her home. Go ahead and bring her back. Well, she obviously wasn't with grandmother. Where was she? And if she was calling Stefan and saying, bring her back at 8 o'clock in the morning, she obviously knew she was with him.
Right. So there's something off there, right?
There is. And
Was it
I'm
just
wondering if
us?
grandma
Is it just us as the public that it's off, or
no?
You know?
No, it screams it's off. No, it's, you know, and I don't know. I think what I heard too was that there's over 100 detectives involved on this case.
Yeah, I
in
heard
different police departments, in the feds. So I really think that this is going to turn out to be bigger than what we thought. And God bless Maddie's soul.
Right.
You know, this little girl, maybe the one that busted this thing wide open. And I hate what happened to her, but maybe she won't die in vain. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No way. Nope. I seen a thing for, what was it? It was like a little, I seen a, did you see that nice angel picture that somebody made and put on like the back of the fence?
Yeah.
That was nice. That was nice.
It was really beautiful. Yeah, it was very sweet. But yeah, I think the way that Maddie looked that night in the picture of her party, the look in her eyes, the color of her face, just the way she looked, she almost had a look of like, oh God, you know, what's happening? What's going to happen? And oh, sweet. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh,
it's a little angel. It has a rose in it. Crazy.
Oh, that's
I like it.
sweet. I like it too. But I really hope that her angels and her spirit guides and whoever's there.
Well, when I go out there, what I'm saying though, when I ever go out to this, because I had planned on going to a lot of these different locations later in the future to visit and drop off different things. For instance, there's something that I want to drop off like Idaho 4, just in certain cases that I've covered that, you know, when I go to these different places, or when I do, because I'm going to go there, I want to bring that. I'm going to drop for Maddie this right here. And then when I go over to Idaho, I have something that I'm going to drop for them. It's just something that I plan on doing, because being so invested in these cases and talking about them, and even going through like emotion with it, seeing these different details, it really can affect people. But I'm not saying in a negative way either. It obviously affected me in a positive way to want to figure out what the f is going on in the United States of America with these creeps that are just, you know, they're going out and thinking that they can just remove people from the world with no consequence, or it's just, you know what I mean, and thinking that they can cover it up. It's weird. It's weird. I don't get it. I'll never get it, and that's why we're here tonight.
Exactly. I live in a county too here in Florida that we have one of the biggest trafficking rings in the nation here. So Florida is kind of a crosshair. You have New York to Florida, Tennessee, Florida, Tennessee to California. So you kind of have that crosshair area where the traffickers, it's kind of like a T. The traffickers use this route. Tennessee is a big area. Knoxville is a big area. Nashville, and for some reason where I'm living in Lee County is a big area. And one of the things that shocked me, somebody had said, do you know that a lot of times the traffickers use Uber drivers to take the kids and young people? And you think it's a grand kid going to see their grandmother taking an Uber, and it's not. And so, you know, if you see a kid in an Uber taking Ubers a lot, it could very well be that kid is being trafficked. And they don't say anything because they're in fear for their life. We have had some, of course, we have a task force here that works with them and has tried to help these kids, and sometimes they go back into it. You know, it's a tough thing. And I just wonder if Jen trafficked and she's just continued. I don't know.
That's a different thought.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing, but it's really good to watch this case and really learn from it. I think if we take the opportunity to learn and share what we learn from facts, this is what's going to help turn things around. So thank you for doing what you're doing. Seriously, it's amazing work you do.
It's something that I don't know. I feel like like here, for instance, I'll have different vibes, but this is one of my main vibes is where it's like we're talking about different things. We'll go over different things within the case, go over documents, but hearing from the actual community itself is just a whole nother blessing to me that I appreciate hearing. I like reading comments. Don't get it wrong. I love reading comments, but I love hearing from people. I love when they're dumping these thoughts off or, theories in a sense. And it doesn't have to be something that I even agree with or it's thought provoking. You get what I'm saying? Because I understand investigation processes, but I do understand that law is different in each state too. So every case has a unique fingerprint in a sense. It does. It does. And it's the details that we get from each case is insane. I see something different every single day with cases. And then today you wake up and see more. It's nonstop. It's nonstop. So many different cases.
Right. And that's what law enforcement's going through. They get an answer today and tomorrow it changes and tomorrow it changes. And, they keep having to go down the rabbit trail sometimes because these people lie and then they want to make deals and, something else pops up. You know what I mean? And it's going to take a while, I think, on this one because I think it's going to be bigger than what we think. And if you ever get a chance to call me back I sent you my number and email. If you ever call me back, I've got something to share with you privately about Elijah.
Okay.
So,
absolutely.
I want to share that with you. So
yeah, I want to hear that.
Okay. Well, you got my email and it's the Bunny Love. So
I want to hear that on Elijah because that case is another one that's perplexing on the way that he disappeared and it's just he's gone. Like, where's he at? They checked the landfill. Where did they take him? Did they sell him? Did he fall off the face of the earth? Is there signs of a crime? That's a whole nother case that, again, him living right there across the street from a graveyard kind of boggled my mind. Like, did he walk across about a graveyard and bury him over there? But then people they searched there. My mind goes rampant on that Elijah case. And I think about that one every day too right now. I've been thinking about it.
Yeah,
did they find him? I check on it every day. I'm checking, seeing what the updates are. I seen they raised the reward up, but they need to find that little boy. Where's he at? He's 3 years old. Come on, he couldn't have went far. You know what I mean? He couldn't have went far. So who has him?
Right, I do. They were saying on another case that most children that get abducted and killed or dumped or whatever are usually within 7 miles of their home. Within 7 miles or 15 minutes is usually where they find them. So that kind of gives them a parameter to kind of start searching further out. So you know what I mean? So it's an interesting process. It's a sad but interesting process, and it sure is a window into these criminals' minds. But you're not going to fix these people. They have to go. I'm sorry. I don't typically believe in vengeance and all that kind of stuff, but this has to go. So, but anyway. But yeah, if you'll give me a call, I'll explain it to you.
Absolutely. I appreciate you, Mary. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And again, lock your doors. You already know. Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. We appreciate Mary. 219-885-9693. We are going to jump into the case of Riley Strain here shortly. So people who want to check that out, we'll be diving into that shortly. Done yet. 248. It's never too late. What's going on? You're live.
Oh.
First try. What's going on?
Oh, I'm so happy to hear from you. This is Millie from Clarkston, Michigan. I want to know, I first want to point out, did I see the middle name, Stefan's middle name is Keith on his marriage license and Michael on his court documents?
Interesting. I don't know. I didn't look at that. Keith, you said?
Yes.
I hate even looking at that dude's name, right?
Fuck yeah.
And I hate, look, I mean, here it is, Stephen Michael Stearns.
And then
Stephen Michael Stearns, right here. I got the PDF pulled up right here.
And then if you look at the marriage license, it's Keith Michael Stearns or Stephen Michael Stearns or whatever. Pull up the marriage license.
The marriage license don't have I don't think that's his name on there, is it?
No, it has his middle name, Keith.
I'm trying to remember when I pulled this bad boy up. That's not it. That's not
You
it.
did 2 days ago. I was watching 2 days ago.
Mm-hmm. I'll find it. I'm going through them all right now.
I'm sure his middle name was
Nope, that's
Keith.
not it.
Yeah, you did 2 days ago. I was watching.
Oh, I'm gonna find
3
it.
days ago.
I got it somewhere on here. I need to start labeling these pictures though. I got it. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. This is about Madeline Soto. Madeline Sophia Soto. No, this was about her service on
You
February.
shocked me first time.
Yeah, there it is right here. Boom.
No, his marriage license.
No, I got
Or
it.
what?
I got it up right now. You're just a little bit behind.
Okay.
You'll see.
Stephen. Keith. Groom's name.
Yeah,
Stephen Keith Young.
Well, there it is right there. Yep, Stephen Keith Young is what it says on there. And then Jennifer Lissette. Yep, Jennifer Lissette Soto. So there's what someone wanted earlier, which was her full name. There it is right there.
Yeah. And I wanted to point out, what was that poor baby, Maddie, when the schools were off for COVID? She must have been terrified.
She had to be terrified, of course. For 6 years, if that's her, that dates all the way back to 2019, which a lot of people are thinking it is. That's 6 years of hell.
It breaks my heart. Oh.
6 years of hell.
And the schools were shut down for COVID-19 between 2020 and 2022 or whatever. And that poor baby Maddie, she was stuck alone with the mother working. And the mother's lying. I'm sorry. She knew the whole time he or her killed her. I just pray Maddie's soul's rest in peace. I've been watching since you first.
Why is nobody arrested is what is pissing me off. Why is there no charges put forward? I mean, I just watched back cases where people were arrested. Documents came out fairly fast when they were captured, etc. And then we get a case like this where somebody's captured, right? Or I'm sorry, somebody's in custody, not for the murder, but for other charges against, but nothing tied to the murder as of now on any charges out there. Again, that's the part that is getting to me. It's like, what is going? Is it really did somebody else commit this murder? Was it Stephen that committed this murder, or was it somebody else who committed this murder? Allegedly. That's
allegedly
anyone. I'm just saying in general that what's going
right.
That's where my mind's going when I think about it.
Yes, but the mother, Jennifer, definitely knew about it during the interview when she was shaking her leg uncontrollably when they mentioned the word detectives and stuff like that. She definitely knew about it, and she knew Maddie Maddie was passed away, murdered, freaking taken from this earth.
Yeah,
that really pissed me off.
Yeah, and them seeing it on video of her being deceased in the vehicle. Again, I don't understand that.
Yes.
So
weird. My sister, we were watching Novelty or whatever, and he showed a picture of Maddie, I believe, deceased in the back seat of the
they showed it?
Yes. You can see the faint hair highlight of blonde hair-ish. If
They
I'm
showed
correct.
that on YouTube?
Yeah. Somewhere out there.
So you gotta tell me somebody showed her dad on
No.
I was like, what?
Oh no.
No way.
You can see the faint hairline of the driver, which I assume is Stefan, and then you can see behind him Maddie's blonde hair, blondish brown hair.
Send it to me when you find it. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about when you're saying that.
Definitely. I got it in my
But
photo.
hold up. It's not that photo that the police dropped, is it? Because that would be out with her body in it. But anyways, that's weird. I don't want to see that. People tried to send that to me when it first came out. Like, actually sent the picture in there, like, here it is, and I didn't even click the email. I don't want to see it. You know what I mean?
No, I don't want to see her body.
Yeah, no, somebody sent that in. Somebody, like, multiple people sent that in. I don't want to see that. I'm good on that. But
oh no.
As far as I don't know what you're talking about, like with you can see a hairline driving in a vehicle during this time?
Supposedly as he was driving back to the apartment or whatever, I circled it in red. You can see that bastard, and then Maddie's blondish brown hair behind him. I circled it in red. I'll send it to you in an email.
Okay, yeah, I haven't heard of that one.
If you look, I circle it in red.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll be looking for it. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much. God bless you, man. Make sure you lock your doors, stay safe, and be vigilant. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I don't know what she's talking about on that last picture part. I have no idea. I'm like, what? I don't know. She's talking about that's what I asked. I'm like, are you talking about the leaked photo? I have no idea. What? Okay, from a rain camera in the car. I think Stefan OD'd that. You think so? Like OD'd her, gave her some type of drug or whatever. Somebody said Sarah yesterday when they called in. 386, you're in the mix. What's going on? You're live.
Hey T, this is Tisha.
What's going on, Tisha? How you doing?
Oh.
You're good. You're good. Take your time.
Hey, how you doing?
Hanging in there. How about yourself?
I'm okay. This is the second time I got through. I'm a member now.
Shout out to you. I appreciate that.
I finally figured it out how to become a member, and I'm a member. But I just been trying to get through to. I came up I've been watching like different podcasts and different news reviews and things like that, and I came up with a different theory just based off of the things that I've learned since like last week. Yesterday, I seen on another podcast, one of a lady called in, and her daughter went to school with Maddie in I think it was elementary school or something like that. And she showed a picture of Maddie and her daughter when she was about like in I think it was like first grade or second grade or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And this little girl looks completely different.
Hmm.
Like she had so much life. Like you see the picture that you have up now,
Yeah.
that's how she looked. Like full of life, glowing, just healthy, happy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So right after that, she was saying how the last time she seen her daughter was best friends with Maddie in elementary school. They went to like a Valentine's Day dance together.
Right.
And she said she didn't look like she was being molested. Like, you know, like anything was wrong with her. She just looked like a happy kid full of life or whatever. And that when she sees the picture now of the birthday party, that she didn't even recognize because they had lost touch over the years. So basically, my thing is, she said that she lost contact with them, with her, and then when they showed her picture on the news, she didn't even know that this was the little girl that was best friends with her daughter because she couldn't recognize her. She looked completely different. She looked like a ghost, like the soul came out of her, like she's just like zombied out. So my thing is that there's been allegedly talks about Stephen and the mom, you know, on controlled substances. So I feel like that day, well, first off, I feel like whatever's been going on to her, I feel like he's been keeping her medicated, you know, because as a little girl, imagine, like, I can't even imagine it because it's disgusting to even think about it, but a little girl that's a virgin, how do you think she's going to be able to be intimate with a man without him hurting her? She's going to be in some type of pain. She's going to be, you understand what I'm saying? So
Absolutely.
I feel like he was giving her medication. I feel like he was like to keep her quiet, to make her tired, to you know, and it's sad to say, but I know kids that are like, I've seen it. I've seen stories where there's young kids, teenagers, like their bodies become immune to these substances, these controlled substances, and they get used to it. You know, and it probably, I don't want to say that, like if she did it, I'm just saying allegedly. I just have something in my gut is telling me that area over there, I'm very familiar with that area. That area is very known for a lot of control. Like it's a Zanny neighborhood. Like it's a lot of pills moving around over there. The mom was on medication. He was definitely popping pills. I know it. I bet you that's gonna come out sooner or later. And I just feel like somehow, some way, maybe the mom was getting medication and he probably was misusing it, taking her meds. You know what I'm saying? Doing whatever with it, selling it or whatever. But somehow, some way, they were doing that to that little girl. They were getting her medicated. Her body just looked very pale. She has no color in her skin. Her skin looks dry. Her mouth looks very dry. She just looks so pale, bags under her eyes, and just
that's
sick.
and you're talking about the recent birthday pic?
The recent birthday pic. And in one of the videos I seen on the news when they were singing happy birthday and she was walking over to the table, it's like almost as if she was trying, like she didn't even want to be, it was so uncomfortable for her to even stand.
Right.
Like it almost looked like she was like in pain or something to me, you know, like something was wrong.
Yeah.
You know? In terms of that, there was one thing that stuck out to me, that complex where she lives at, there's a guard at the gate. And in that complex, because it's a higher end neighborhood, I remember the caller said, why was she in Hunters Creek and she lives like 15 minutes away? Well, one reason could be is because right now my son goes to a school that's like way away from my house, and it's not even his own school, but it's because it's a better school. Hunters Creek is a better school than the Kissimmee school, as far as I know, you know, in terms of like academically and stuff like that. And that's probably why they have her there, because her grandmother's address coincides with Hunters Creek. So they're probably using her grandma's address to have her in that school. And from what I understand, they share custody or something like that. So that's probably what they did to
Somebody
get her
agree
into
with you in
punishment.
chat. They said she's right. I used to live in St. Cloud and Kissimmee, and pills are a big thing out here.
It is a big thing out there, and I feel like the thing with her coming out. Remember how he said they were coming in and out in the morning for school and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a guard. That's a high. It's considered a luxury community. They have luxury communities out here where they have guards. Some of them are gated. Visitors, when they come into those communities, you got to show ID. They have cameras in the beginning. So how can you come outside of that complex? The guard is there. There's no way that a car would have been able to come out with a child in the back, sleep without that guard seeing, because the guard, I mean, unless he was sitting down not paying attention, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, these
that's
guards
kind
are
of like
lazy
his
these
job.
days.
Yeah, like they probably seen that
I've seen some lazy guards these days.
Yeah, they are lazy, and there's a lot of them.
But they're
out
not
there.
getting paid much too, so that's probably, a reason why.
Yeah, but my thing
Everybody's
is,
and you know what? Everybody's hooked to the device, so a lot of people are missing stuff
probably
that's
was,
going on.
yeah, and then probably I'm thinking that he probably wasn't paying attention because they lived there, and he's used to seeing them. So he probably seen them, and was like, "Oh, they live here," and just put his head back down into his phone or whatever he was doing, and I paid attention to what was going on in that car. But there was also cameras there, So I don't know how that worked out. I mean, the lady that was talking about her daughter was her Maddie's best friend, was actually, she said that she lived in the area, like literally in that same that same vicinity across the street or whatever. But that just stuck out to me. I've been saying that for the longest. Like, I feel like that night, the way that Jen, first of all, who schedules a birthday party for their child on a 13th birthday? That's big. It's not like it's a regular birthday, like, okay,
You said that
turning
last
6.
time too. I remember you talking about that.
Like, why would you schedule a birthday party, or even let her schedule, or anybody schedule a birthday party without you being there? You're the mother.
Yeah.
Like, where are you? Where were you that night? Like what the other caller said. She went to work. Did they verify that she was at work? What time did she leave work? And why, after you left work, didn't you go pick up your daughter? You wasn't even there for the party. So you let somebody else pick her up too?
Right. That's a good point.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like
I feel like we don't know that full timeline, right? It's like that there's a piece of the timeline missing, and we don't know what it is.
It's something missing, and I think it is going to be bigger, like what the last caller said. I think it's going to be bigger than if they catch him doing anything with selling those photos or the videos or anything like that, they're going to hit him with the RICO. And if she is involved in that in any kind of way, or she knew about it or whatever, that's conspiracy automatically. I think it's going to be very big. It is going to be bigger than. That's why.
I mean,
she's not.
All right. So it's been 14 days since she's been found deceased. Okay. We got to go back. Let's take this back to March 1st. She disappeared on February 26th. Stephen Stearns gets locked up pretty much March, like right around that time.
Right.
Her body's found again. She's found deceased on March 1st. Stephen Stearns, he is the main suspect in the case. They say homicide.
He already got hit with 3 capital charges.
Yeah, no, they got him with sexual battery, possessing child abuse material, and but still no charges on Madeline's death, which again, it's 14 days since they found her deceased. Right now,
they're gonna indict her. They're building
15.
something. They're building something against her. They're gonna indict both of them. They're gonna indict both of them. I think both of them are gonna go, but it's with her thing is that they're not getting. It's something more to the story. I think there were more people involved now. Now that I'm looking at everything, there was more people knew about the situation, and they're trying to. It's just bigger. How many detectives they said they have on this case? Like 100.
That's what they were saying. Like
100, like,
allegedly.
What?
I don't know.
100 detectives. They got to be more people involved. Has to be. There's no way 100 detectives get involved for just a mom and a dad. It has to be other things that they're putting together from other places, people that live in other police districts and things like that, and they're putting all the pieces together. They're gonna bring all of them together. And I feel like
you heard about this what was it? Riley Strain case?
Ronnie Strange is
Yeah,
here in Florida.
Nah.
I haven't been doing nothing but looking at this Madeline Soto case.
Yeah, I've been looking at a couple. I got my eye on like 5 cases right now.
This one and Elijah. This is the one that the ones I'm paying attention to, but mainly this Madeline case, because I'm still sitting here like, what is going on with the mother? Like, why is she still not, like, regardless, even if they feel like, okay, at the end of the day, she's still a witness.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? She still was there. She was the last known person around her daughter. So she should be considered a suspect, at least a suspect, you know? They're not even naming her as a suspect. I don't know. I hope to God, I feel like, honestly, what's going to happen, how this is going to turn out, she is going to end up, she probably already talking.
Mm-hmm.
She's the one giving them everything. And they copping up, they giving her a deal.
Interesting.
They letting her talk, you know what I'm saying? Letting her do whatever. For all we know, they probably gonna let her walk if there's more people involved, like I'm thinking, and she's giving all that information up, the feds is involved or whoever else is involved, they gonna let her, get away with it.
Yeah. We'll see.
More than likely.
We'll see.
But anyway, that's all I had to say. I'm a member now. I'm so happy. I love what you're doing. I love your channel. I've been watching a couple of channels, but this one is more.
You got to surf for that information.
Yeah, but the only thing with your paranormal channel, I listen to it when I'm in the car. I don't like listening to it at home because
you get scared. Did you hear last night when I asked that question? They said in the car immediately. I'm like, how did they see you on camera? It was crazy. You got it. That was wild.
Yeah, but
it'll be on TikTok. I'll put it up there soon.
No, but you know what it is that I feel like, because I believe in that stuff, and I feel like when
so do I, majorly.
When you put it in your house, you're like, even though it's through the TV, I feel like you're bringing them into your house too,
Nah, you gotta know how to handle it.
I do. I know how to do that. I got my.
But it takes good energy for it, and my energy's good, so I'm. You know what I mean? You just gotta have the mind and everything to actually to deal with that. But I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. I
don't have the mindset. Thank you.
God bless you. I appreciate you for calling in. Keep your eyes. Let us know if you see anything out there. If there's anything that you've seen on this case.
I'm actually gonna be in that. I'm actually gonna be in that area tomorrow. For sure.
Oh, wow.
I'm actually gonna be in that area tomorrow, so I'm gonna go look. I want to see if her car's still there and all that. Like, I'm gonna go look, and then I'll keep you posted in the chat. I'm gonna go do my investigating work.
Let me know what you see. Call in. Let us know. We want to know.
I definitely will. I really will.
Nosy folks want to know.
I surely will. No problem. I will.
God bless you, man. Lock your door. Right. Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. Good phone call. Wow. Tinted window. Head trip. What's going on here? Have you in here? You said I would try to remote view, but I think I would get too upset. Damn. 248. What's going on? You're live.
Yes, this is Millie again.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you the picture of what I think is Madeline's head.
Okay. I'll check it out.
It's at MILTC3.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I'll go check it out. Thank you. Shout out to her. Oh, that's old girl about that pic. Were you thinking that she's dead in that vehicle? I don't want to look at that. She said, I sent you that picture. She's talking about the picture from the phone call. Remember the phone call earlier? She was like, I seen her head behind Stefan or whatever. Maybe she's talking about like the picture of, it's got to be something else that she's talking about. Reflection or something. I'm almost afraid to open it because if it's her dead, I'm going to be upset. 201. 201, what's going on? You're live. 201, can you hear me? Up 208, it's never too late. What's going on? You're live.
Hey.
How you doing?
Oh, I'm okay. I just ran across this podcast. And I'm just, I haven't seen, because I've kind of clicked around and seen several. And I haven't seen anybody put two and two together about how in the world would they know, the authorities know, about the specific markings on the anatomy of Stefan in those videos or pictures. And so, everybody's worried about Jen, what's going on with Jen, why aren't they charging Jen?
Right.
And then there's all this talk about how it's all connected to a huge sex ring, child trafficking organization. Well, who better would know about the guy's anatomy? So I'm thinking she probably gave some tips, and maybe they've got her in some kind of protective custody, and maybe she's given them whatever information she knows, if she knows anything, and that's why there's just so much hush about her. So that's just all I've really had to offer on it. It's just one thing that I haven't seen anybody mention.
Interesting. Somebody said,
Yeah,
huh? What does she mean?
Yeah, that's all. That's all. To me, it seems like who would better be equipped to give them that personal information about his personal anatomy?
Right.
So
Yeah, nah. That's crazy. Some podcast said he was not what? Oh nah, I don't even want to see that either. Storming, huh? I don't know. So you don't think mom's involved?
well, it's a possibility, or maybe she knew something, or maybe she was being
Like,
oppressed.
yeah,
Yeah,
threatened.
threatened and oppressed about anything, worried for the safety of her child and herself, because there's a lot of threats that go into that. If she got mixed up in the guy and found out what Iggy was really all about, found out what his connections were,
Right. Some
got
people
threatened.
have that power, or could instill fear into somebody like that, or as we would all say, groom them in a certain amount of time. It can happen. Just look at our things that happened in the past. Charles Manson. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying. Some people look at people as leaders and will do whatever, which is weird to me. That shit's weird.
Been involved with somebody who's threatened them like that. It takes a lot of courage to get from under their oppression to somebody, please help me. Me and my daughter are in danger. It would be like she could be like in a state of mind where, and being medicated the way she is, being in a state of mind of am I better off just keeping the peace, or should I run to the authorities, not knowing if the authorities would do anything, because oftentimes they don't. And then if he had her brainwashed into thinking that the authorities were on his side, he had people high up that would have his back. All that kind of goes into play with these kinds of situations. And yes, if she knew anything, that would be horrible for her to stand back and watch her daughter being harmed that way. But then she may have been thinking, what's the worst of the two, evils,
Right.
us being dead, or her and or us being hurt. It's just, there's so many scenarios that can go into play, and it's all just speculation. But the one true thing that I've figured out here just in the last couple of days, seeing this story, is that nobody has really seemed to mention or put it together as to, unless they took him into the back room and gave him examination, who gave them that personal information about his personal anatomy. And if Jen found Jennifer, she found the data on his phone or computer, and he found out that she found it.
Right.
Then the baby died. The 13-year-old died that way, being murdered. That would stand to reason too. Like if the mother found the material and truly was oblivious, because it looks like he kept her running. He was the douchebag that stayed home, and he kept her preoccupied running out and doing the employment, you know, and he may have been just saying, well, my mom and dad give me money when I need it.
Right.
You know, and she's busy working and working and working and keeping her, and he's helping to keep her attention elsewhere, and then her being extremely exhausted when she comes home, takes her medication, goes to sleep. Those medications knock people out cold. You know, there's a lot that goes into play with it. I am not so sure that she was knowledgeable of it, but there are so many different scenarios that go into. People don't understand the fear that people feel when they're being oppressed like that, being threatened like that.
Yeah, this is just, I don't know, man. Like, it just, with the mom, for me, it just adds a layer of misunderstanding to this case, because it throws me off when I watch back those interviews with those details with her. I just can't get past if
Well,
you
she's
know, it's 8
bipolar.
a.m. and then she's seen, or he's seen, discarding items at 7:35, which means he knows obviously she's passed away. So was she told to lie, right? And was there a script to what she said?
Yeah, he could have been threatening her not to say anything, but also you gotta take into consideration she's bipolar, and who knows what else is going on with her conditions.
Right.
And those kinds of things, they keep people from being able to communicate properly. They keep people from being able to keep straight thoughts in their head to communicate properly. You know, being on medications, if she had taken her medications because she was so upset, possibly, you know, that I heard it said that she didn't take them exactly perfectly the way she was supposed to, but if she took her medications because she was having a hard time coping with it, that would have given a reason for her to be so unclear in her communications. That also would have given a reason for her to seem unemotional, because those medications, they dull down the emotions, they dull down the thought processes. You know, they kind of numb a person out.
Right.
So I'm just not too sure. I'm not gonna like say yeah she's innocent or yeah she's guilty, but strange that we don't see her. Strange
Absolutely.
Strange that there's no mention of what's going on with her from the authorities. So my thoughts are she gave information about his personal anatomy, and they've put her into some kind of protective custody, and
Interesting.
they're you know, seeing what kind of information she might be able to recall or come up with.
Well, I
But I've seen
appreciate
it happen. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I said I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you for talking to me. Thank you for answering. I was just going to say real quick, never mind, it flew out of my head. Never mind.
It's okay. You'll get another chance again. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for being a voice in the community. We appreciate you. God bless you, man. Stay vigilant and lock your doors. Shout out to her. We appreciate her. I want to read this though. People like that. I'm gonna make a shirt called We Appreciate You. You know, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. I say that shit so much. It's probably instilled in your brain. You're probably walking around your house right now saying, we appreciate you. Can I bring you a drink? We appreciate you. I can already see you, everybody, right? Like if you listening to me every night, you might be walking around and you might have more manners. Yes, sir. What are you saying? What are you calling me sir for? You know what I mean? Like, I'm dead serious. But listen, this is a serious thing here. And before I open the lines back up, and this is a late night show. We're going to be getting into Riley Strain. If you're here for Riley Strain too, trust me, we're getting into that. Madeline Soto, we're covering Madeline Soto right now. And I want to talk real quick, just this little segment to bring this up, right? So in the investigation into Madeline Soto's disappearance, that has raised questions about Jennifer Soto's statements to law enforcement. Jennifer initially told authorities and media that her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, had taken Madeline to school on the morning of her disappearance. However, law enforcement's findings suggest inconsistencies with this timeline. Investigators believe Madeline was never dropped off at school and was likely deceased earlier than reported. Surveillance footage showed Stearns disposing of what appeared to be Madeline's belongings earlier that morning. Despite Jennifer's initial statement, further evidence and subsequent interviews have led authorities to question the accuracy of her accounts on the events leading up to Madeline Soto's disappearance and death. While Jennifer Soto initially reported having last seen her daughter the night before her disappearance, there are discrepancies regarding whether she saw Madeline the morning of her disappearance. These inconsistencies have become a focal point in the investigation as law enforcement tries to establish an accurate timeline of events. Okay. I just wanted to refresh people so they can hear that. I feel like you need to hear that because it's important. There was inconsistencies. 219-885-9693. Open the lines back up. But I feel like we got to get that refresher back out there about Jennifer Soto. Allegedly, again, she's not charged with any crime here. We're not saying that, but we are speculating. Everything you hear here is allegedly 100%. All the way. He said, I don't see how they didn't take her in for neglect. Bullshit. Daisy Farm says. I know 7 Cent from Heaven. What's going on? You're live. Can you hear me? Yeah, we there? We whispering? What's going on?
Oh my God.
779 was on your mind. Talk to me.
Hi, I was just wondering, do you think maybe the mother knew something was going to happen at the birthday party, and that's why she did not want to go to the party?
And
she went to work instead.
Interesting. I mean, that's what I heard. But then again, it's like we don't even have an accurate timeline right now.
Do we know where she worked at?
No, I don't. I personally don't know where she's worked at, but people are trying to speculate and say that she's now in a hospital, but I don't know that either.
Oh, yeah, there's just something suspicious. I'm a single parent. I raised my daughter since she was 3 by myself. Never let another man come into my life. My daughter was a priority. And I can't even imagine not going to my daughter's birthday party. I was the one that always had the birthday parties. Or if my family or my mom wanted to have them, I was always involved. So there's something red flagging on that one to me.
Well, somebody brought up this point too with mom, but the mom of Jen Soto did an interview with Telemundo saying her mom worked all night. Another lie. Interesting.
Yeah, there's something definitely going on, and it's sad. This poor little girl, you know. But T-REV, I love what you do. I'm addicted to your show. I watch it every single night. I work late, so when I come home, you're usually on at night. So you make my day, and hopefully this will go through. So I appreciate what you do, and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you calling and giving your input. We appreciate you. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant.
You too, my friend. Bye-bye.
God bless. Good phone call. My head hurts thinking about this case. I'm getting a migraine when you start to think about these ideas. I just don't understand. Why is it so silent? Crickets. Crickets. The wheels of justice are slow. I'm impatient, guys. I know some of y'all probably feel the same way. You're impatient. You want answers. It just doesn't work that way. I know it's a long haul, but I will share my feelings. I'm feeling the same exact way as you. 913, you're on with me. Talk to me.
Hi, T-REV. My name is Kenna, and I'm from Kansas.
Kansas in the building. What's going on?
I was calling about the Madeline Soto case.
Yes, ma'am.
I do have a little bit of a legal background, and
Love it.
he has waived his right to arraignment on the May 14th hearing, so that trial will not start then. The trial will be probably 2025 or 26 before it starts, because they have to get him an attorney that has handled death cases with the death penalty hanging on the line. So, but anyway, I wanted to say, Jen Soto worked at Disney. After she got off of her normal job, she would clean up around the park. That was on her Facebook before.
I think somebody sent that to me. I think someone sent that to me. What you're talking about? Someone sent that to me, and I just got so many different files. I got to go through and put them in one folder. But I know what you're talking about.
So she probably did work all night if she was cleaning up the park and stuff like that to make extra money to get by. I just don't think she's. I think he told her, well, don't you remember seeing her at 8 o'clock when I was taking her to school? And because of the heavy medication she's on and all that.
Yeah, both of them right here. I'm looking at both. They both say vacation planner at Walt Disney. Yeah, absolutely 100%.
Yeah, and then she'd get off and work around the park for extra money, cleaning, picking up trash and stuff.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's a kind of blurry picture, but I mean, it's still a picture.
Yeah.
It says planner at Walt Disney World, but this one's blurry. So does Stephen Stearns. This one's way more clear. Cast member at Walt Disney World also.
Yeah. I guess they call all their employees cast members. That's what I was told.
Yeah, that one. Cast members. They both had it on there. So I wonder if they met there or did they start working there together? Like I don't get it.
I don't know. I just think he knew that Jen wasn't quite right mentally, and he took advantage of her and took advantage of her daughter. Her friend talked to a news channel, and I can send you the write-up that was in the paper about Jen was on high psychotropics for bipolar, and she'd take it at night before bed or before she went to bed, and she'd be knocked out for hours.
Knocked out for hours. Jen 5150 herself to get away. Damn. That's crazy.
So I think he could have fed her any information while she was drowsy and out of it.
So you think that she was drugged, like that they drugged her, or?
No, she took the medicine herself because she has bipolar.
Was that posted? She showed me that posted on her Facebook too, but it was gone so fast that I couldn't, you know what I mean? I couldn't go back and look at it myself. I could only get a screenshot of it from somebody who sent it to me early on.
Yeah. Because boy, as soon as all this hit, her Facebook was gone.
That's what I'm saying. They changed it. She changed the name, but it was closed down. I couldn't get past what the name was, and I'm trying to remember what that name was that she changed it to.
It was Sailor something.
There you go. Seda or Sailor something. Yeah, you're right. Sailor. I'm trying to remember the last part though.
Yeah, I can't remember the last part, but I know the first part was Sailor because that was like his dog's name or something.
I bet somebody knows. Somebody said she was prescribed Seroquel, and that I remember being Somebody saying that on the phone call.
Yeah, she took a lot of pretty strong psychotropics, so.
That the mind state that those medications put you in. Oh my goodness. I hate that.
Yeah, you don't know if you're on Earth or Mars.
Yeah, Sailor Coda. There we go. I knew somebody. I seen a bunch of people get it right. Yeah, nah. Dr. Quinn. Tons of y'all got it right on there. I see you. There was Sailor Coda. I remember looking it up. It was gone. It's when I went to look it up again, that was gone immediately. I was like, what? Where'd he go? Huh?
Yeah, it was.
Well, she's watching. She's watching all of us, guys. She's probably hanging out with us right now, allegedly.
Sure.
I'm just saying. Wouldn't you?
Yes.
She's probably watching right
what
now.
People are saying.
She's probably watching right now. And I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community. I appreciate you just sharing your thoughts with us.
I love your show and I love what you do. So, thanks.
Well, the documentary that I'm dropping a documentary to this case. It should be coming out within the next couple of days. So just
awesome.
I'm trying to think. What's today? I'm lost in my days. My sleep's off with this case. I've just been up all night long. I'll get off and start looking at other different. Just going back over old interviews, or whether it's mom or the police. I've just been going back over the older stuff.
Did the police put out a new statement about Jen?
Did they put out a statement about her? The only statement that I was able to find, and it wasn't even to like the public, it was actually from WFTV emailing them. What they said was that it was inconsistent from what she said in the interview on WFTV from what she told police. Police said that was inconsistent. There were some inconsistent statements in that interview compared to what she told police. And that's what I read on WFTV. Again, that's from WFTV in that area. I have no idea, but they reported that. So
yeah. Well, I wouldn't think they'd lie, but
yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And again, we will be waiting to see when these charges will drop. We're going on day 15, or actually, I'm sorry, we're on day 15 right now. It just hit day 15 about an hour ago. So
I foresee it'll be another month before they do anything.
I hope not. God bless you, ma'am. You make sure you lock your doors before you go to bed and you stay vigilant, okay?
Absolutely. And I've got my grandchildren protected like nobody's business. My kids are grown, so my grandkids are watched like hawks.
You're the best. I need a grandma again. Nah, I need more grandmas. We got grandmas out here. Trust me. Shout out to you. Thank you. We love you. Thank you so much. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We were covering this case, and now we will talk about some other stuff too. I don't know. Madeline Soto. Day 15. No charges. 267 sent from heaven. What is going on? You're live.
Hi, T. How are you?
You know, relaxing, hanging in there. How about yourself?
I'm okay. I'm sleepy, but I've been following you up all night, every night. I'm calling because I agreed with the lady. I think her name was Mona. About Jen probably pretending to be her daughter, and I think somebody said that they had like connections with police officer. They probably knew that camera was grainy and dressed up like her, because she kept saying, "We took her to school. We took her to school." So she was in the car or went around somewhere by the school or the church. You know, and you know, seems like a little like I see watching a lot of things and doing some reading that there might be some police cover up and something, you know, something like that. My mom definitely knew, and she probably did drive with him because she kept saying, "We took her to school. We took her to school." What if he dropped her off and she was the one sitting in the bench while he got, you know, rid of, you know, disposed of little Maddie? Just like, you know, I feel that she's guilty as well.
This mom, again, with the I mean, I know you heard what I read and brought up before, and it's just, come on, the surveillance footage is showing Stearns exposing of her belongings, and then afterwards that was changed in that interview, and that's what I'm connecting from what WFTV said. So they're saying that the inconsistencies are the time frame. They can't nail an accurate timeline down.
Right. And the whole thing with the car, how can you see? I kept reviewing and rewinding and looking at this car. This car has tinted windows. You could only see when he has like a white T-shirt and the window's open. He has his arm out. How is this officer saying that they can see the baby inside the car unalive? I don't understand that.
Me neither. I don't
Now, how do you
understand
know that? Yeah. I don't understand it. You would think if they really did see this, why didn't they arrest him right away? And they were like, "Oh, we're definitely sure that we know that she's deceased." I just this is like really bothering me. I'm a grandmother of 8.
Oh wow!
And I love my babies, and even my youngest is 6. My oldest is gonna be 21, and oh my goodness, I don't know what I would do. And I'm a Christian, but I don't know what I would do. I would lose my mind. And the fact that she didn't even go to her daughter's birthday. What mother doesn't know when is their daughter's birthday? It's every year, the same day. You couldn't call out and put out, 2, 3 weeks notice, a month's notice to go to her birthday. That just didn't make any sense. It's so much cover up, and I don't know. I didn't even trust the grandmother. She was like,
I think maybe your just grandmother's a little disconnected or doesn't know,
I don't know. I'm Hispanic. I'm biracial. I'm Black and Hispanic, and I know my family would have been going crazy. I don't care if you're at work or not. But she would have shown more emotion. Like, I'm hearing her. I could speak Spanish and English, and she was like nothing. Like she just probably went to visit her friend's house, or she just went to the store. Like there was like no emotion, nothing. And I feel also that I don't understand why they cremated her, because she could have been exhumed again in case they needed some more evidence. Why would they cremate her? 1, and 2, the money from GoFundMe was for Marty's case, for what she needed, not for her mother to use to lawyer her up. I think that money should be refunded. I'm just sorry. Very emotional about this case. I follow it all day if I can, and I'm up with you guys all night, trying to get through. And I really appreciate you and your watchers and everyone. I just pray they get whoever's involved, and it's probably more than 2 people involved.
Yeah.
And so she can rest in peace. And
well, I'm hoping that this justice comes soon. Some charges, something on it. Whoever took her life. I mean, like I said earlier on, like they have to have enough. But I get it. Did he just dispose of the corpse and somebody else took her life? Is that makes sense.
I was thinking that too.
It makes sense. It just does at this point, when there's no charges put on the guy who's already in jail. And if he was the person that they thought murdered her, there would already be charges, I feel like. And I could be way off, but that's just my opinion at this point, where we're standing at right now. What we know about Jennifer Soto, again, is the investigation into Madeline Soto's disappearance has raised questions about Jennifer Soto's statements to law enforcement. Jennifer initially told authorities and media that her boyfriend, Stephen Stearns, had taken Madeline to school on the morning of her disappearance. However, law enforcement's findings suggest inconsistencies with this timeline. Investigators believe Madeline was never dropped off at school and was likely deceased earlier than reported. Surveillance footage showed Stearns disposing of what appeared to be Madeline's belongings early that morning. Despite Jennifer's initial statement, further evidence and subsequent interviews have led authorities to question the accuracy of her accounts of the events leading up to Madeline's disappearance and death. While Jennifer Soto initially reported having last seen her daughter the night before her disappearance, there are discrepancies regarding whether she saw Madeline the morning of her disappearance. These inconsistencies have become a focal point in the investigation as law enforcement tries to establish an accurate timeline of events. And I just shared that on Twitter too. I mean, it is what it is. That's what I feel like is
It's
going
a
on.
lot
They're
deeper. It's
investigating
very
her.
deep. I think they're looking at a lot of things, not just them too. I think they're probably looking at other people as well. But like you said, her inconsistencies, I mean, she even asked the reporter, this is not a police officer. You're not in court. You're not talking to a lawyer. She even asked the reporter, is it okay if I say certain things? Like, she didn't know what to say. She just kept looking up, wouldn't look, direct eye look. She just kept looking up of what to say and trying to think of what to make up. She even asked the reporter, so what should I say? What can I say? What am I allowed to say? Like, it just didn't make any sense. And supposedly he was the one that took her to the party, so he drove her back because she was supposed to be working. But she says, oh, she came in and she showed me all the gifts for her birthday. She was really happy.
Right.
Like, which one is it?
Which one is it? I agree.
Yeah. Yeah. And then you say you saw her get dressed in the morning. You saw her get dressed in the morning, or you dressed her?
He dressed her or pretended to be her.
To dress, right? To be, right.
Allegedly,
Pretended
everything
to
you
be
hear
her,
here,
allegedly.
everything you hear here is allegedly. Even the last statement, everything is allegedly. Speculation. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it is not true.
Yeah. Well, the reason I say also dressed is like we said. Well, I saw her get dressed. We don't know if this evil demon was dressing her body up before he would, put her somewhere, to hide her body.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like, there's so many. My mind just goes in so like in circles, and it's like
circles with this one too, and you'll see that on the documentary I put out. I'm just I'm in circles with it. I'm in circles with it too. But we got to go based off of what we know out there for now. It's just hard to do that when you're thinking about what the hell happened to somebody free right now. If what is being said that her, law enforcement are saying her inconsistencies, then that would mean that she had further knowledge, allegedly, of what happened. Allegedly.
She did. Come on, what mother doesn't know? I mean, this little girl's he's been in their life since she was like, what, 7, 8, 9 years old?
Exactly.
Kids change, Kids change when they're being abused or things done to them.
Absolutely.
Or abused. That just doesn't make any sense. But I think they're just looking, we just have to be more patient, because if they try to rush it, the people that did it could get away. The people that did it could get less time in jail. They can get just disappear. But I don't know. In the ways, hey, it's just me, because can't trust nobody nowadays. I only trust God. Cover up as well.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you being a voice in the community.
Thank you.
This again, we're gonna follow this all the way up until trial. Even a trial, they're saying trial here. What, in April? So we'll see. That's about the other stuff, though. That doesn't even pertain to the actual, murder here. That's
right. This is
photographs and videos and stuff like that. We're gonna follow that through too to make sure and see everything is done right there too. So
exactly, the abuse. I know that. I know everybody wants to know, what happened to her and stuff. But I guess we all have to just pray to God that they find the people that do it, and we have to be patient, because you want to get the right people, and I know it takes time. It takes time sometimes.
Absolutely, yes, it does. Especially if you don't have that evidence, it does take time to connect dots. They may connect it in 2 months. They may connect it tomorrow. We won't know until it happens, and when it does, we'll be mind blown. But again, we are here conversating about Madeline Soto. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice for Madeline Soto. Not only that, discussing your thoughts and theories and what you think is going on in the case. God bless you, ma'am. I appreciate you. Stay vigilant.
You. Thank you for everything.
And lock your doors.
Okay.
We appreciate her. 219-885. Hold up. Matter of fact, hold up. Let me wait a minute real quick. Hold up. 1 second.
Too bad the victim isn't here, right? That's the sad news. You're not going to ever hear testimony. You don't have any forensic interviews. It's all hindsight. It's all circumstantial. Sounds like they got a heck of a lot of circumstantial evidence to put him away, but Molly's right. If there are other players, other people that participated or benefited or profited.
Do you think there's more images somewhere?
Absolutely. It ain't over till it's over. There are more images somewhere, and they're not going to go away. Sort of reminds me of a case having to do in Fulton County. Nothing happened until it did, and the more it happens, the more expansive it becomes. If they find a person or persons who bought the porn, and they can prove him or her to have bought it, he or she can be also charged federally.
Is information like that something that
so they could be charged federally?
That his attorney would ask him about? Can it be used in some strange way as a bargaining chip, not just to go after mom, but let's say there is some connection to some larger ring here?
I mean, you don't have to ask him because our technology, computer forensics, is so in depth that we're going to find out if there is more. Like, didn't he say he reset his phone? I reset my phone. He made
the accidental factory reset. Accidental.
So, people don't realize that there are all these files. If ever you possess them, deleting them or resetting your phone doesn't do anything. And so they're going to do a more thorough forensic imaging of all of these devices. And typically somebody who engages in this behavior, one of the...
Do we think that they have mom's device? I mean, that'd be wild. I don't know. I sit and think, do they have mom's device?
Hallmarks of this conduct usually, you are a collector, right? If you are this type of person. And so, yes, there could be a lot more that remains to be seen.
And Vinny, yes, could he implicate somebody else to get a better benefit for himself? Yet, not just who he sold it to. What if somebody who's pulling his puppet strings and saying, listen, here's how you do it, here's what we want, here's what sells, and there's somebody bigger than him, a bigger fish that they can catch, then you're onto something. Then he's going to get a deal. He's going to get less than he would otherwise get.
Does he want a deal? As pointed out earlier.
Or does he want to live on death row because you're a little more protected?
Absolutely.
One final question, and a lot of people want to know this. Does he get to see those images again as an accused?
No, that's not how that works. So
he's not allowed to see it?
No, you cannot disseminate this type of discovery to your client. So what the attorney's responsibility...
What happens during the trial?
So the attorney has a responsibility to, assess quantity of images, types of images, whether there's sadomasochism involved. And so you have to go to a controlled setting wherein a federal agent or an agent from the state shows you what's before.
And only show it to the lawyer. What if he wants to represent himself?
Wait a minute. If we have a trial, he is going to see each and every image.
At trial.
Please share this Crime Line bulletin on my right.
I wanted to play this real quick.
Of Stephen Stearns. He was last seen driving a silver 2010 Lincoln MKZ. The Florida tag is IYLL82. On Monday, February 26th, between 1 and 2:30 p.m. in the area of State Road 192 and Old Hickory Tree Road, as well as Old Hickory Tree Road and Nolte Road. During this time frame, it is believed that Stearns had a flat tire and might have been seen changing the tire in this area. If anyone saw this vehicle or noticed anything suspicious, we're asking that they call Crime Line.
They took devices there.
Yeah, that's the road where
absolutely
Madeline Soto's body was found. Let me bring in my guests. I have an unbelievable panel tonight. Joining me tonight in Portland, Oregon, a podcaster, Gray Hughes of Gray Hughes Investigates on YouTube. Make sure you're watching.
Them Gray Hughes. He said Gray Hughes. Like you.
Watching that. In Atlanta, Georgia, former special agent in charge, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Trebor Randall. In Rutherford, New Jersey, criminal defense attorney. We used to prosecute together back in the day. Kenneth Ralph is with us. And in Los Angeles, California, forensic psychiatrist, trial expert, witness, and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman. Let me start with you, Trebor Randall. All these images now. I mean, it's not just a couple pictures. It's going back apparently to 2019. 2019, hundreds and hundreds of images. What does this tell you about Stephen Stearns?
It tells us a lot, Vinny, that we definitely have a predator on our hands. It's unfortunate that, this wasn't detected sooner so that this could have been prevented. But it is not uncommon when we go in and do these investigations, whether it's a possession case or manufacturing, or whether it's tied to an actual crime against a child, a crime of violence. Like in this scenario, sometimes we have thousands of images that have to be detailed. They have to be, marked for the court. Unfortunately, many times we have to go through each one of these pieces of media, whether it's a video or a still photo, to make sure that we have an identity to the child to attach to it. And it's very taxing work, very unfortunate, but very necessary.
Kenneth Ralph, I know you were a sex crimes prosecutor for many years in New Jersey. From your experience, someone that is keeping all of these images, is that something that the people you prosecuted, they would keep for their own personal use, or did they create these images to share, to sell? What's your experience tell you?
Well, Vinny, that could be either possibility, could be true. You do have people who are doing these acts, perpetrating these acts, and keeping collections or souvenirs of these their events that they participated in. They may be sharing it with others, maybe a small network.
No, there's a lot. There's a lot of those charges. So was he really sharing or selling these photos? Seriously, like, was he doing that?
Or maybe perhaps they're disseminating it beyond a small network. You'll have a lot of forensic analysis to follow up on here, and they'll be able to trace whether these images were shared or not, I'm sure.
Gray Yu's doing unbelievable work in his podcast. I want to play a clip from your show, Gray. You were speaking with someone who knows Stephen Stearns. Let's take a listen.
There's just a lot of details about my interaction with Stephen, just as being, preteen and teens, that he was a very strange, weird kid. Just collecting semen and bottles. My dad runs out there from the
He said collecting semen and bottles. Hold up.
Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
The f you mean you were collecting semen in bottles? You mean to tell me you seen him collecting semen in bottles and you ain't report that weird shit? I'm sorry, I'm just going based off what I hear. He says semen in bottles. He was collecting semen in bottles. You didn't think to contact police that was weird? Good gracious.
Front.
How'd you know all that?
Just collecting semen and bottles. My dad.
He's collecting semen in bottles. Why are you, again, contact the police. What?
Runs out there from the front and goes to the barn and, sees this person, doesn't know who it is, sneaks up on him, and there was a light switch on both sides of the overhang where the cars are parked. My dad flicks it on and has his Glock 10 millimeter pointed at the person, tells him to turn around and startles him, and it's Stephen. And he was over there with a camera, and it appeared to be he was trying to take pictures of whatever my mom was doing.
All right, great. Where did you track down this friend? And you spoke to others as well. And what did you uncover here?
Well, the original person called my show, a person named Chase. They called my show, and I turned that into a video by itself, just the call, because it was so interesting. On that call, I think he mentioned different things about Stephen actually putting a camera in a room that filmed into the bathroom that recorded his roommate's girlfriend in the bathroom. And then he stored all the information out on a server in the home. So I put that video out there.
We mean that dude came up off all that information and didn't report to police one time, none of that weird ass shit? Is this just a sick group of friends that just don't care about the integrity of their self or what these people could be doing to other people? I'm sorry, but if I seen somebody collecting semen in bottles and setting up cameras and seeing people violating their most vulnerable privacy, and we're not reporting these type of things to police, yeah, we got something majorly wrong here in America. If true, if what he's even saying is true. Again, as I tell you, as a responsible podcast host, I'm just going to tell you straight up right now. As a responsible podcast host, you listen to what they're saying. If anybody, just like the caller David, for instance, let me break it down. I see people like, oh, well, this is you know, I'm not going to sit here and call nobody a liar. I'll let them speak and let you make your decision on whether you believe them or not. Point blank, period. Now, if the person, who am I to call a person a liar if they said they were sex trafficked by Stephen Stearns? Who am I to call that person a liar? What if it ended up checking out to be true? You don't know that. And by the way, that I did get that live back tonight. I just looked just now. It's actually up still. The whole entire 6-hour live. It's back posted.
And then a few friends commented underneath that video, and then I contacted them and I did separate interviews with them. And man, it's just a lot of red flags.
How far back does this behavior, this alleged behavior, go back, according to these folks who came forward?
I think he was about 13 years old when he was collecting his semen in glass containers. I mean, just
Gray's doing. I'll say this for Gray. Gray's doing what he got this weird call from somebody that they knew, Stephen Stearns, Chase, and he was able to divulge this information out there. You know how many people reach into, just like that guy, whatever, whether he is a troll or not, Rick, who said me and Stephen were part of a fucking ring. That guy, and then David, as far, like I said, I don't know who's what. I want you guys to do your research on what you're hearing, because we're going to ask for, if somebody calls in and says they know information, I'm going to say, what's the receipts? Oh, I got receipts. Okay. So when somebody's feeding out receipts, we got to do our research based on those receipts and come up with, okay, was this just a fairy tale or is this real?
really crazy stuff. So, way back.
All right, Dr. Carol Lieberman, I wanted to give you some stuff to go through now. What does any of this tell you? If these allegations of the pictures, the allegations of what Gray's guests described, what picture are you getting in your mind? And ultimately, why is he taking these photos?
Well, what it says is that by the time he was a preteen, before that even, but things twisted him sexually. Things had happened in his childhood. Maybe he was abused. Maybe, people were taking pictures of him and selling them for pornography. But whatever, that there had to have been significant things that happened before this preteen age, before he was collecting his semen and taking, being a peeping Tom about, his friend's mother. This is just playing out. I mean, it's really sickeningly interesting that this is just a continuation of his acting out his twisted sexual beginnings.
And I just want to remind folks, he's presumed innocent at this point. These are just allegations. This is the way our system works. But this is the information that is coming out in the allegations that are coming from seemingly everywhere now. Now, Stephen Stearns' Facebook page says that he worked at Disney World, and many people have been wondering if that could possibly be true, considering the crimes that he's accused of. But some online sleuths believe they've tracked down a video that appears to show Stephen Stearns working at the entrance of Journey into Imagination in Epcot in a video posted on Travel in 360's YouTube page. We pulled a still from that image from the beginning of the video. Gray Hughes, again, pointed this out to me, where you can see a Disney employee who appears to look a lot like Stephen Stearns.
That is Stephen Stearns. If that is not Stephen Stearns, he must have a twin brother. That's Stephen Stearns right there.
looking at this, were you surprised, shocked? What else did you learn about this?
I wasn't really that shocked. I think he might be working for like maybe a contract company. So then Disney can then claim that.
Do I need to play the Rick phone call? I mean, he said some bizarre shit too. This dude, that Rick phone call said worse thing. Like, I don't know. I can't say worse, but actually he did. He said he was hooking up with 8-year-olds, 9-year-olds. Actually, he did say some sick stuff. I got the Rick phone call in its entirety.
He didn't work for them, right? But maybe he worked for a contract company. But he does appear to work there, and every single one of the friends that I spoke to said he worked at Disney. So I think he has a connection to Disney. Now, whether or not they're the ones that hired him or the contracting company, I don't know. But I think that's absolutely him right there.
It looks like him. It looks like him, and it's scary. But that's where you're going to get a job, or you're going to try to coach, little girls soccer or something like that. That's why you got to do the background checks, folks. Have to do the background checks each and every time. All right, all our great guests are staying with.
Okay, I got it right here. Hold on. I got it. 1 second. I'm pulling it up for you right now. This is the phone call that you guys are talking about. First caller. All right, this was I don't know. This was triggering for a lot of people, but here we go. You wanted me to play it? Here we go. The air clear needs to be clear. Oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, just in case you didn't know, this was the second phone call that he called in on. He had called in another time. I need to go back and track that first phone call. He said stuff on the first phone call, but he ended up losing connection or something. I don't know what happened. Clear the air. Thank you, guys. I do see you. Thank you, Toy Soldier. I appreciate you.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Rick?
Yeah, who is this?
Yesterday, you emailed me. You just emailed me again and said somebody said something. You want to clear the air?
Well, tell you what. Yeah, and I think I remember who this is, and I think this is what T-REV in your show that you were talking about. I've seen everything that was going on. I went back and I found your stream and I watched it. And I've seen all your chat on there running their mouth, calling me, saying that I'm a liar and saying all kinds of stuff. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not a liar. They can say whatever they want. I don't care. But I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy.
No, but what bothered you the most, like, that you seen? Ricky.
Just them basically saying that I'm some kind of a troll or that I'm some kind of person on here that's just trying to call you and give you misinformation.
Well, no. I think it's the simple fact that people are saying, if you've seen those things, why didn't you report it to the police then? I think that's more of what it is that could, that the people are saying from what the comments that I've read. It's more of, why didn't if he's seen these things, if this guy's seen the things that he said, why did he not report it to police? I think that's more of what the more of the majority of the people are saying in the totality of it. You know what I mean? That's what I think personally, just from comments that I've read.
I gave you tasteful information. That could help out the case a lot, and everyone was chiming out saying that I'm just making stuff up. These people don't know a damn thing. I gave you tasteful information. I told you. Everyone calls him Stefan or whatever. I knew him by Steven. Unless he gave me an alias.
He said everybody calls him Stefan, but I gave him an alias. I mean, that's what they call him, Stefan.
I'm sorry, but that's what I knew him by. And I feel like you're just taking that information and your chat's taking that information and you're stretching it or some shit. I don't know. All I will know is when I seen the chat, everyone mouthing, it got me. It got under my skin because I'm not here to take away from the actual case. I'm here to shed some light because I actually know the guy.
I mean, okay. I'm just saying though, in general, when it comes to this, when it comes to what was said about you in chat, I'm almost positive it was from what I just said about not letting police know that this guy, that you've seen things like this, like him with minors and stuff, like, because that's what was said yesterday. You said you've seen stuff with minors, so why didn't you report it? That's what the majority is saying, and I thought the same thing.
What? I gave you tasteful information.
Like, what do you mean by that? What's what the hell is tasteful info? This is why I thought this is a troll. But listen, what comes up at the end of this phone call and then what happens the following day? It's just weird. It is weird. It definitely is weird about the ring. The whole entire me and Stefan ran a fucking ring. That's the weirdest part about this whole entire phone call to me. What's the weirdest to you?
At the time, though, I mean, we're a lot older than some of you folks. You know, we're not the same. You know, we're a lot older than some of you folks. So at the time, you know, of course that was frowned upon, but there's a lot of stuff that happened back in the day that wouldn't, you know, go around now because it's just different times. You know how many rock stars or singers back in the day that were having relations with underage girls that never got covered by media or nothing? But nowadays is, you know, I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying, different time period.
That went over my head. So let me. All right. So if what type of stuff did Steven Stearns do then? What type of stuff did you see him do? I mean, with your own eyes that you've been around.
Well, I've seen him try to pick up younger girls that were, you know, we were in our teens. We were like our 16, 17 years old, and he'd try to go after 8 or 9-year-old girls, sometimes even 10 or 11, to have sex with them, be in a relationship with these younger children. I've seen it. My question is this, you know, why all of a sudden is this information getting brought out? If anyone looks deep enough, you can find the information yourself. There's plenty of people in Florida now that still know him.
9 years old though.
9 or 10, I would say. There were a few that were 9 or 10 years old, and then I know that there were some who were 12 and 13 years old.
Do you know how hard that is to listen to hear someone say they seen with not him try to hook up with 9 and 10? That's hard to hear for me. I mean, I want to say what then you didn't think that was fucking wrong?
I thought it was wrong. I questioned him about some of the stuff, but he threatened to cause me physical harm.
Okay, I mean, I can get that. But damn, like at 8, 9, I don't know. I'd report that. But I mean, I don't know what your age was at the time too. So I guess what the age factor would matter into everything when it comes to how old you guys were at that time.
T-REV, listen to this.
But your mindset, if you thought that this person was really going to hurt you, were you in fear for your safety and you didn't talk to police because of fear for your safety? I'm trying to factor in how old you were then when this happened. So how old were you when he was trying to hook up with those types that you're talking about? How old were you?
18 years old.
16?
18 years old. 18.
18 years old.
18 years old. I'm pretty much basically a year younger than him. And he was doing all that stuff. T-REV, listen, I'm going to tell you something right now. And I hope you are alive because I want this brought out. There were certain times where I would pull him to the side and tell him that his whole entire attitude and his approach to this was completely reckless. And you know what he would do? He would laugh it off and say, hey, man, who's going to catch me? Who's going to rat on me? Are you going to rat on me? Are you going to roll on me and tell somebody? He goes, you're only guilty if you get caught.
Hold up. You're only guilty if you get caught. That actually adds up with the Reddit. I'm sorry. I just had to note that out. hold up. If you go and look at the Reddit post, he just said, I think that's important detail because I got that Reddit post on the computer right now and I've looked at it. And basically, Stephen Stearns is saying, only if you get caught in the Reddit post. So it's funny that he says that. I just want to point that out too. It's funny that he says exactly what is pretty much up in that Reddit post as far as that little piece right there where he just said that. Yeah, that's what Stephen Stearns is talking about in the Reddit.
You gonna roll on me and tell somebody? He goes, you're only guilty if you get caught.
Bing bang.
Yep, it is the Reddit post. Been too speechless before. Surreal. I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. Again, I'll tell everybody. I don't know who's emailing me saying, "Hey, I got information on the case." I can't. There's nothing that I can. I'm not gonna disrespect people and say that they're lying, but I'm gonna hear them out. Just think about this. If you're a detective, right? If you're a detective, you're gonna hear anyone who comes to you and says, "I got information." You're gonna just listen. Yeah. How you doing? Yeah. Okay. Talk to me. You're gonna get people to talk. So if somebody's going to call into my show and say, I got tasteful information, go ahead and give the tasteful information. And we're here. We want to hear it. Drop it. Let's hear your tasteful information since you got tons of it on the case. And then take it 50-50 with a grain of salt. Do as much research as you can on what's being said. And if you can't, then you really got to say, damn, is this real or fake? And you got to come up and make up your own mind on that. As far as this dude, I can't find this guy. He said his name was Rick Armstrong. Where's he at? I've yet to find a 36, 38-year-old within the name of Rick Armstrong in Florida. You should have at least told your parents. 18 is an adult. Good evening, Shelly. 18.
They told me not to hang out with him anymore. I've told plenty of people. I told my softball coach. I told so many people.
I love my Southern people. My cousin.
And nothing ever got done about it.
I think he's lying. Denise,
I would like to think that whatever happens to him in this outcome, then when he meets God himself, he will be punished for this. And I hope he doesn't get a chance to see God. I hope he gets punished.
What about you getting punished for allowing and not reporting that he was hitting on 8, 9, 10-year-olds? What about that? Are you listening, Ricky? Are you triggered? Punch a hole in the wall, maybe. If you're still out there. Maybe you called in the day before the bust and were part of the bust, allegedly. Rick Armstrong.
Just before he gets to see that stage. I hope he gets sent to general population and someone gets a hold of him. Because I think it is sick. A lot of people in your chat may think that I'm just some kind of creep like him. And
you are, though. You literally said that you seen him hooking up or trying to get with 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. You are a creep, just like him. Yeah, that's my opinion. And you may, gather your own thoughts on that. But this guy, if he literally seen him, just think about that. Seeing this guy hooking up with 8, 9, 10-year-olds, you are just as sick as that other person.
Never done anything like that. I may have done some drugs or, got minors some alcohol and bought beer for minors and stuff, but I've never put my hands on a minor.
What did you just say? Oh my God. Damn. This is crazy, man. I don't know. I feel like I don't know if I'm being trolled right now or what is going on
here. We're talking about the early 2000s here.
Man, how old are you now? Interesting.
I'm 36.
That's a good point. All right. Well, all right, man. Anything else that anybody should know about your so-called friend? Welcome, Maroon.
Well, I gave you a lot of information, but I will tell you, if I catch your chat slandering my name or trying to say shit, there will be repercussions.
I'm scared. Well, I can't promise you, dude, that people aren't gonna, badger this call or criticize it. because you put this out on the air. You know I'm live. You hit me with the email. You said specifically that you wanted to address somebody. That's why I called you. But again, I wanted to let you hit the floor and let you tell whoever you wanted to tell. By the way, the number that Rick called from was a Google Voice number. Let me tell you why. Because I tried to call. I can't control my chat. I can control what I didn't call from an anonymous number either, by the way. Just to let you know that information. He actually called from a number, but it was a Google Voice number that he called from. And I already checked that. That's the first thing I did was copy and paste the number away. That's the first thing I did. So, Ricky, I know your Google Voice account. I'm sure the police can get up in that thing too. You're just as sick. I say, but I can't control my chat. This is a free thinking platform. Everybody has the right to think what they want to think. That. You get what I'm saying? So I can't stop the people from believing what they want to believe. This is a free thinking platform. They're going to believe you may have some people that believe you. You may have some people that don't believe you. You may have some people that want you in jail right now. You may, I don't know. But again,
for what? What the hell did I do?
I mean, come on, let's jump. Do you want me to tell you why? I mean, if you were 18 and you seen this guy with an 8-9-year-old, that shit is disgusting. How could you not go down to the police station? It doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? How could you not go to the police station and report that? Like that doesn't make no sense to me.
Here with an 8-9-year-old. I just know that he's told me he's been with 8-9-year-olds. I've seen him personally with 12 or 13-year-olds kissing on them, doing things that he shouldn't be doing. But I've personally never seen him do anything with an 8 or 9-year-old. He's told me before he has. He told me the younger the better.
I'm just saying in general, dude, if you've seen that, that would be something that you report to the police immediately. Hold on, I didn't even catch that. He said younger the better. What? I didn't catch that before. He said younger the better. That's why I'm thinking, all right, so now I'm hearing it back. Like, that's why I think it's a troll or thought it was a troll. I don't know. It's just weird that some of the things do add up with some of the things that he said. So did he do his homework and go into some stuff and like take his time to methodically troll us? Or I don't know. Especially being 18. I mean, I was 18 once. That would have been reported to the police if I seen that. Come on. That's I mean, we're talking 9, 8, 10, 11. It doesn't matter. All of those ages. Every single one.
All your chat can get punished in the fucking mouth. That's what needs to happen.
All right. Chill it down. Chill it down, Sparky. All right.
Because I'll tell you what,
look, bro. Look, man. Look, I'm just saying, you came on a social platform with people on here saying you know Steve or Stefan Stearns, and that you seen, or Steven, or as you call him or whatever, and that you seen him touch 9 or try to hook up with 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds. That you don't find nothing wrong with that in that capacity of your mind. You don't find nothing wrong with that. Level out with me here for a second, Rick. Level out with me and tell me straight up, you don't see nothing wrong with talking to or seeing one of your friends talk to a kid such as 9, 10, 11, and 12, 13. It don't matter. You don't see nothing wrong with that. Yes or no?
No, I do not see nothing wrong with that. Because you know why? Because me and Steven were both part of a fucking ring. How about that?
See, he right there. He said, "Me and Steph." When I hit the "get the fuck out of here" button, he said, "Me and Stephen were part of a fucking ring." Right here. Listen.
No, I do not see nothing wrong with that. Because you know why? Because me and Steven were both part of a fucking ring. How about that? Nothing wrong with that. Because you know why? Because me and Steven were both part of a fucking ring. How about that?
Yep, clear as day. He said that. Me and Stephen were part of a fucking ring. That's what he said. Nah, I call bullshit. No way.
Get the fuck out of here!
No, yeah, I call bullshit. That's how I felt. I don't know, but when he said that, it's a weird phone call. Again, I don't know if it's a troll. I don't know who it is. I never know who when I pick up the other side of the phone. I go with the vibe or who hit me up. This person was emailing me saying, I got information. So whatever. If you got information and knew him and somebody tells me that, I'll reach out to you. Again, multiple people, I think, were capturing I can't remember how I got this dude's email. I don't know if it was from in chat or he was trying to get a hold of me and people flagged me down to read the email so he can call, but it was something like that. Either that or I was checking emails. People do that all the time. I don't know. Weird. That phone call is weird, that Rick. So that one part of it, I'm sitting here thinking it kind of matches up with the Reddit though. And I'm about to go find that post with the Reddit. Hold up, give me 1 second. I'm looking. I'm gonna find it. It's in here. It is in here. I know it is, and I'm about to hunt it down right now. I have the Reddit post in here, and it's similar to what he said. And I want to look at that. No, that's a thumbnail. Nope, we're way past it. Where did I have it at? I can't remember where I put it. Oh, this was another one. I just found out that a friend of mine. Yeah, this was another one. Do you guys remember seeing this early on? I just found out that a friend of mine works with Maddie's aunt, and she said that the mom knew about him abusing her and that they would sleep in the same bed, and she watched and sometimes would join in the three, and that that she's getting charged, and the autopsy of Maddie will not be on the news or out there at all, so that mom definitely knew everything. I'm absolutely disgusted. And the mom's boyfriend had a second phone with all of the abuse in there, which is so disgusting and horrifying. She most definitely had something to do with it. This is absolutely crazy. Allegedly. You remember seeing this? I do remember seeing this. This was on the Pascal show. It was on Pascal show. He pulled this up. Now, I don't know whether this is true either. Again, it's a weird set of circumstances in this case, kind of like the Idaho 4 with the person who called in there. Now, in this case, you got multiple people calling in the shows stating that they know Stephen Stearns, saying that Stephen Stearns was putting semen in a bottle and saving it. So you got people like Icky Ricky and Chase. Again, Icky Ricky and Chase, who are out here saying these type of things, but never reported it to the police one time. If true. Never. They never reported it to the police, not one time. So all these people knew these different things. That just shows you that people seen signs, and now they want to come out with the signs after it's too late. I mean, that doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. It doesn't make sense that people want to come out after it's too late. What about before it's too late? How about that? I don't know. That's weird. That's just me. Yeah, weird. Let's dive into. Okay. So if you just came in, I do want to dive into this too. This other case that I was talking about earlier. Before I get off and stuff, I do want to talk about this case. Let me pull it up real quick. I have some stuff I want to go over because this case is wild too, and it's about Riley Strain, a 22-year-old missing. I wanted to jump in and share this story. It's circulating big time right now. I've been seeing nothing but conversations going on about this case, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Riley Strain, a 22-year-old University of Missouri student, went missing after being kicked out of Luke Bryan's bar in Nashville, Tennessee. He was last seen by friends on March 8th, and subsequent attempts to locate him via Snapchat and phone calls were unsuccessful. Strain is described as a 6'5" tall, weighing 160 pounds, with blue eyes and light brown hair. He was wearing a brown button-up shirt, blue jeans, brown boots, and a black Apple Watch. The police have searched hospitals and jails without success. Now, this story, ladies and gentlemen, is developing quite a following right now just on the bizarre circumstances that are going on. I'm looking at it. It's trending on Twitter as we speak. The Riley Strain case, again, it's trending on Twitter for true crime. So it's definitely out there big time. And wow, here's some camera. I see a bunch of different camera angles and things that are on here. Let's check it out. Let's dive in here a little bit. I just read you the brief start of the story. Let's check out some details together.
The search for 22-year-old Riley Strain intensifying in Nashville. Crews using sonar equipment in the
maybe for being too drunk. I haven't seen the full story, so we're diving in. Morticia says this one is really strange. What have you guys seen so far when it comes to this case? Because again, I've seen full-blown conversations going on in Discord about this case, and I started to read a little bit, but I want to come on here and talk about it and collect more, because after seeing a brief part about him being kicked out in Nashville, Tennessee, and then seeing the video footage of what appears to allegedly maybe be somebody grabbing him, like abducting him, possibly. Very possibly. Hold on. Where's this video? Riley Strain right here. Here's part of it, but it's very grainy. Right over here. It's very grainy. It looks like somebody grabbing the arm. And it's, like I said, it's a very grainy shot. And there might be a better one out there too, but this is the one I first seen, or that was sent to me anyways. And it's on the right-hand side of the screen. You could barely see it, but this is one of the footages I've seen. Let me back out of this. Okay.
Cumberland River.
It's just, we got to find him.
The University of Missouri student disappeared last Friday night after his family says he left by himself from a downtown bar owned by country music star Luke Bryan. Do you know why he was asked to leave the bar?
He was trying to pay his tab, but he didn't have a tab. And the bartender was like,
hold on, let me go back. I want to see who this is. We want to know who this is. That person.
Pay his tab.
Okay, so this is Chris. I don't know. I don't want to say his name wrong, but you can see it there. Chris Whited, Riley Strain's stepfather. Okay.
But he didn't have a tab. And the bartender was like, you've been overserved. You got to go.
Surveillance video revealing some of the last moments Riley was seen. One video appears to show him stumbling, even falling.
It hurt to see no one help.
Investigators say right now, no foul play is suspected.
This is strictly a missing person investigation at this point.
His parents say Riley stands out. He's 6'7", adding he was visiting Nashville.
6'7"? That's a big boy. Why did it say 6'5"? I'm confused. It literally says 6'5" to me right here on this article. So they need to correct that. If he stands 6'7", get 6'7" right then. Why is there misinformation already on articles? That's crazy.
With his fraternity brothers.
I think the last text was around 7:45, and I just
Thank you,
said,
Marina.
I love you, and he said, I love you
Boston
too.
boys. Thank you.
The family
Sounds
says
the
Riley
science.
told
Thank
his friends he would be back to their hotel, but when his friends arrived, Riley wasn't there, and they couldn't reach him on his cell phone. Police say this 911 call was made the day after Riley was last seen.
Who is it that you're wanting to report is missing? We're here on a fraternity formal trip. It's one of my good buddies.
Riley's family now on a mission to bring him back home. The operator and owner of Luke Bryan's bar says they will work closely with police. Meanwhile, Tennessee authorities have launched an investigation into whether Riley was overserved alcohol. They did not say which establishments were under review. Lester?
Thanks for watching. Stay.
Okay, that's one. Go to the next one. Hold up. Where's it at? The next one. We want to see this next one.
New developments tonight in the search for missing college student Riley Strain. Metro Police said they have deployed every resource possible to find that 22-year-old.
I appreciate you, Randy.
We're talking helicopters, drones, and officers both on the ground and in the water. Now, boats were also in the Cumberland River this afternoon, equipped with sonar technology to help with that search. But despite...
Okay, so are they thinking that he fell in the river? What's going on? Because from the new surveillance footage that I seen today, like I said, it looks like as if he's being grabbed. I don't know.
All the extra manpower, still no signs of Riley Strain tonight.
I fear for Riley. Hope
I was told today that there was a homeless gentleman that may have actually seen him, like close proximity, like from me to you. So we're actually trying to find that individual right now to see if he can provide us with more information, but we haven't been able to find him so far. There's no indication he was in a fight or argument with anybody on the street, as far as we know right now, or anybody in any establishment he may have visited. So
yeah,
we're
just a lot more
solely looking at this as a missing person case.
Riley was last seen on this surveillance video taken Friday night, shortly after he was asked to leave Luke Bryan's bar on Broadway. Police also say they are Bryan's bar.
Hold up. Look at this right here. Look. Yeah, this is the part you're talking about. Look right here. So
Riley was last seen on this surveillance case.
Is he hitting his head? Is he falling and hitting his head on the sign? Is that what I'm seeing right now? Look at that. Let me mute that for 1 second so it's not constantly playing back in your ear. 1 second. Is he hitting his head on the sign right there? Oh my goodness. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Is he really hitting his head right there? That's crazy. I hope he's all right wherever he's at.
Argument with anybody on the street, as far as we know right now, or anybody in any establishment he may have visited. So we're just solely looking at this as a missing person case.
Riley was last seen on this surveillance video taken Friday night, shortly after he was asked to leave Luke Bryan's bar on Broadway. Police also say they are in close contact tonight with Apple, trying to get information from the 22-year-old's Apple Watch that might indicate where he is. His phone was last pinged off a cell tower near Topgolf in the East Bank area.
Taking a live look here out of Nashville, Tennessee, as we continue to follow the latest into the investigation for Riley Strain, who went missing last Friday. He's a 22-year-old University of Missouri student who was in Nashville with some friends, last seen at Luke Bryan's bar there in Nashville, and that search continues today. We want to bring in WZTV reporter Kylie Walker. She joins us live now with more on where the investigation stands right now. Kylie, thanks for joining us. I know a lot of people are watching this investigation very closely. For viewers who might not be familiar with this story, walk us through what we know and where this investigation stands right now.
Thanks, Lexi, for having us.
That was a hell of a delay.
Yeah, it's been a very heavy day or really a heavy week for the Nashville community. For those who have been here, they know Broadway, downtown. It's a very popular spot where tourists usually go. There's a strip of bars. This is where Riley Strain, 22-year-old, he's about 6'5", was last.
Yeah, but he couldn't have gotten far. We just seen him falling. Like, what?
Last seen, or he was leaving Broadway, and he was with his fraternity brothers. He was asked to leave Luke Bryan's. This was last Friday around 9:40 p.m. Now, about 10 minutes later was where he was last seen on camera. It's about a 9-minute walk to where we are standing right now. It's less than a half mile from Luke Bryan's bar. We're near the Cumberland River, and then to my left, there's also a large homeless encampment. This is where crews were searching the area today, both by boat. They were rappelling down this embankment. They were looking by boat and on foot, and they were scouring the shoreline down on the river. Now, keep in mind, in the press conference earlier today, police say there's been no indication right now that there is foul play or a crime involved. This is strictly a missing persons investigation, but of course, these things can change. They don't believe that any sort of rideshare was utilized. Again, all of the video that we have, Riley Strain is walking. We do know that he was possibly intoxicated. He was walking, stumbling, falling to the ground on some of that video footage that we have, and his parents believe that he even could have been drugged just by the physical state that they saw on that video. Also, keep in mind, Luke Bryan has touched on this.
I got something that I want to play for you guys real quick before we finish this, okay? Here it is right here. It's actually this interview. I wanted to play this one. This is the one somebody said I need to play.
Pleading for the public's help surrounding the disappearance of their 22-year-old son. And we want to pop up his photo here just so you can get a good look at who this family, who police are looking for. Riley Strain was in Nashville for a fraternity conference over the weekend. The 7 foot tall University of Missouri student was last seen Friday night at country star Luke Bryan's bar. Strain's friend discovered he wasn't at their hotel on Saturday morning and alerted his family. They're now in Nashville to track down their son. Take a listen.
He's just a great kid, and we just miss him, and we want him back so bad.
Oh, no.
It's just unimaginable. Riley's mother and stepfather, Chris and Michelle Whited, and then Riley's father and stepmother, Ryan and Millie Gilbert, all join us now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, lock into these details right here from this family. That mom is in pain. I felt that. Good God, I'm tearing up just thinking, just seeing that little segment right there already. Woo! Get ready. Get your tissues.
I am so sorry for the worry, the unknowns that you're living through right now. I mean, as his parents, I mean, mom and dad, this moment must not even feel real to you.
No, it's something that it's your worst nightmare, really.
Are there any new leads this morning from police or Riley's fraternity?
Now that's a grieving mother, ladies and gentlemen. That's a grieving mother right here.
Brothers that we may not be privy to?
We haven't had any update yet this morning. We're hoping to have something within the next hour to kind of give us a little more insight of where we need to focus our efforts today.
I understand his friends told police they had last seen him at Luke Bryan's bar on Broadway about 9:45, 10 p.m. when he got kicked out of the bar. I mean, have you learned more about why he was kicked out? Had he been fighting with someone? What have you learned there?
Missing?
No fighting. It was the bartender just said he'd been overserved. And when they took him out, his friend was trying to go out with him, but they would not let him at that point. He finally got out, and when he got out, he was no longer there. One of the other guys called him, and he said he was going back to the hotel room.
And no word from him since. Michelle, I understand he called you from one of the venues on Friday night about 9 o'clock. I mean, this would have been about an hour before he disappeared. What was the last conversation you had with Riley?
Thank you, Willie.
He FaceTimed me at it was 7:45, between 7:45 and 8:15. And he was just, him and his buddy were having a good time. And he just wanted me to show me that he was having a good time and just wanted to talk to his mom.
I understand y'all have a very close relationship. You talk multiple times a day. I mean, did anything sound out of the ordinary or any red flags that you picked up on?
I want to ask you guys a question. Would you sue the bar? Or could you? I mean, if they threw him out because he was doing some wild stuff, starting fights, then that's cause for them to put somebody out. So we do got to understand each side here. What was the reason why he was booted out the bar? Why was he thrown out at 10 p.m.? Is that what time it was, Melissa? 10 p.m. They put him out? I mean, why? Was he being a nuisance? What was going on?
Plans in the evening that he shared with you?
Nothing.
He was sending me texts after we FaceTimed. And, Mom, I love you. Have a good night. And sending me pictures from the different bars that they were going to show me they were having a good time.
And letting you know he was safe and just enjoying himself. At what point did you all as a family decide to drive to Nashville?
As soon as we found out.
Saturday morning, we got a call at roughly 10:30, and from that point on, we just threw some stuff together and started making phone calls and hopping on the road and trying to get to Nashville as quick as possible.
As his parents, and all that you have heard, given what you know, what is your gut check on what's happened to your son?
We don't really know right now. We hear different stories of different scenarios. We're really just waiting on some more information from the police at this time. The digital footprint of what may have went on after he left.
Yeah, all the cameras downtown, they should be able to quickly find him. I mean, at 6'7", he kind of stands out in the crowd. He's, going to be a head taller than everybody other than a few people. So given the time frame that we've been able to narrow it down to, they should be able to start finding his digital footprint based on cameras.
And speaking of finding his digital footprint and trying to just put all the pieces together.
Somebody said in chat too that he was last seen by the river or pinged last by the river, correct? And I was just taking a look at that. Right? I'm looking at that little river. It's like two bridges right there, etc. It's one of they are saying it's one of the most important cameras.
Do you feel like you're getting enough support from local police?
I believe someone.
I feel like from everything that we know right now, yes. The officer that took our report Saturday night still is in communication with us, even though he's handed it off to the missing persons team. We still get information from him, and he is still actively working with his patrol to search and follow up on anything that they find.
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Oh yeah, that was okay. So that was the interview from the parents. Everybody said to watch. That case is. We need to take a look at some more though. I got to see more, which is why I put these videos together to watch with y'all.
He's sending his thoughts and prayers out to the family, but also the Tennessee ABC is investigating whether Strange was wrongfully overserved. So again, this is something that we're
okay. We get the overserved part, but what about where he's at? That's the most important part. Where is Riley Strain? Is he in the river? Did he fall asleep somewhere and succumb to his injuries? Like, what's going on? Why is there no footprint left of where he was besides this last ping that people are talking about?
Continuing to watch. We had a press conference earlier today, which I touched on just a bit, but I also spoke with Strain's stepfather. He tells me that it's been an emotional roller coaster for him. He just wishes that he could wake up from this bad dream and hug his son. They're going to next take all of this information that they've received in the last 24 hours. We know this was his last known location. There's a bridge right behind my photographer, and then another bridge right behind me. It's this location, this vicinity, where we last saw him on camera. And also, his stepfather saying his last known interaction was with a homeless person down here. They either saw each other or had a verbal exchange. But the homeless people that are living in this encampment have been working with police and giving them any information that they have.
Yeah, Kylie, thanks so much. I know that video is really difficult to watch where you see Riley stumbling there. You could tell that he obviously, there could have been a situation there where he may have been overserved. And you mentioned the family speaking out and friends as well. How are community members reacting? Are any of them trying to assist in this search? Or what are you seeing there in Nashville as we near the...
Overserved. Rachel, you made a great point, and I definitely was paying attention. Rachel said that you can't keep up with people in a bar. I get that. If people are at a bar together in a group, you got, say, 5 to 10 friends, and you're all taking shots, and you're getting rounds. Let's get another round, and you're just taking these rounds of shots. It's hard to keep up with who did what. It's essentially like, damn, is there a babysitter in there watching? Or, you know, because sometimes you'll have people at tables and these bars will get crowded, and it could easily be overseen. You know, not even nobody noticing. The bartender, nobody will notice sometimes. And you got other bars that do. But when you have a high crowd like there is in Nashville, there's a big crowd there. I don't think you guys understand how big the bars are in Nashville. Maybe some of you do. But then again, I know my audience is more mature and older. So a lot of you probably been out in Nashville and to these bars. So you know how big they are and how crowded they are. That's another thing. I've been to Nashville myself. And when we went into this club, oh my goodness, there is no way that they would be able to keep down on paper who's taking what, who took how many shots. Because some people are different on liquor. Like you'll be drinking liquor or beer or whatever. Some people act different. Some people can handle the alcohol. Some people can't handle their alcohol. Obviously, he was at the stage where he couldn't handle the alcohol anymore. So I don't understand how nobody noticed that, which is, it's weird. But then again, you can fall into the line and look and see like, damn, there's a lot of people too. Maybe they just seen him to a point where when he finally was drunk enough, they seen him and got him out. Maybe he was being a nuisance. I don't know. There may be more backstory to that, and we'll continue to check into that.
1 week mark.
Is it to do with
I mean, earlier today, I saw a woman who was video recording on her phone. I asked her what she was doing here. She said she's just a Nashville mother, and she would want other people within the community to be out here searching for her kid as well. I also spoke, ironically, with somebody who was independently searching by boat, and he let Strain's family on his boat. He has a nonprofit in the area. He lives in Tennessee, and they were going up and down this river, and then also in the homeless encampment trying to talk to anyone that possibly last saw Strain. That's how they found out that that was possibly his last known interaction. There's also horses that go by on a horse carriage ride. We've stopped them, asked if they possibly saw him on Friday night. night, but really Nashville is known for stepping up. This community has done so, and they're all working with the family to try to find out any sort of information.
All right, WZTV reporter Kylie Walker joining us here with that update. Kylie, thanks so much. We'll certainly be following to see what developments come from this, and of course, we're hoping for the best.
That's true too. That's a very true statement.
Yes, too. Thank you so much for having us, Lexi.
All right, so certainly a story and an investigation.
No, I said mature. He said, did he politely call us old farts? More mature. So when I'm saying things like, I don't know, the audience is not familiar with clubs, I think back to myself and need to correct myself that I know I have a mature audience and people that are honed in or have been around and know things. So when I say that, I have to rethink back, like, nah, they're not that. Nah, they know. They, there's probably people in this chat right now that have been to these locations in Tennessee. If you've been down there, they got plenty of clubs. Where did I go to? I went to when I went down to Tennessee, I ended up going to Cotton Eyes to see a concert, but
that many are watching and following very closely. And again, this was that message on social media that Kylie was referring to that Luke Bryan had posted on his Instagram story. Again, this was his bar where Riley Strain was last seen.
It's been nearly 1 week since the University of Missouri student went missing in...
Which one is the most? Let's go down here real quick to update missing Mizzou student. This is the one. And that's pictures of him right there. This is just, I guess, showing the area. Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much for joining me here at the live desk. I am Janae Hancock. I'm sure you all have heard about this story or you've read about this story, the missing 22-year-old Mizzou student, Riley Strain, that went missing Friday night in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, today we do have as our guest his cousin. You're taking a look at Jake Bradley. And Jake, I want to thank you so much for taking the time out to talk to me here on the live desk. As you know, this is an ongoing search and you were out there in Nashville yourself and you all just heard from detectives. Can you just give us an insight on what they told you?
Yeah, they kind of just gave us an update. We were able to finally all in a group sit down face to face. Just reiterate to us that they have footage. They have where they last seen him. There's holes in it as any street cameras and everything else. They are working really hard to find out where he went after the last footage. They reiterated how much information they have and have gathered over the last few days. Now they've got to take a little bit to kind of process more of it and maybe go back on some and or look at camera footage that they in the same spots they had to make sure he hadn't turned around.
I would say that too. If he was there with friends, they definitely let him down for sure, because you would make sure that they got an Uber ride home, or usually most people do get there, but that was wild what we seen on video.
Just kind of bumping his head. Good to have him here to remind us how hard they're working.
And I do want to talk about, processing this whole situation as we take a look at this video that was just released yesterday, that surveillance video. And like you said, detectives, they are still putting all of it together. Let's talk a little bit more about the search efforts. I know the entire family basically is out in Nashville right now. What are you all doing and what are authorities doing to really search for Riley Strain right now?
So we have his parents and a small extra group here. We've done lots of, I say lots, we've done as much searching as we can with time, with also, trying to stay healthy ourselves and talk to news and different media. And we've got many non-for-profits reaching out. We've had the opportunity, some of us, to get on the water and search the riverbanks and kind of be boots on the ground alongside seeing the efforts by the police and search and rescue. Not only, did it feel good to be looking, but also
long time no see.
Other avenues doing their search. It helped. We have groups at home that are doing amazing amounts of research and contacting people and helping spread the word and talking to people he was with, reaching out to more media, get this story spread as fast as it can. And the bigger the story gets, the more pressure that comes to help find Riley.
And Jake, I see you taking deep breaths and you're really taking your time to tell this story. We are now in day 5 since Riley has been gone in Nashville. That's where he was last seen. He was at the bar with his friends. How are you feeling right now in this moment? Like we talked about the other day, you guys.
Okay, so she said they were in day 5. This interview was what, 2 days ago then? That'd make it 2 days ago if you're in day 5, because it happened on the 8th, correct? The 8th of March. We're now on the 15th of March, so we're on like day 7.
Or such a close-knit family.
This was yesterday.
It's tough, and I just can't imagine what his parents feel.
And I saw, you know, a few different clips of his mom, who was also out there with you, and I believe his stepfather. And I know that his mom was crying out for people to just help with any information. And you also mentioned when we talked the other day that they talk on the phone multiple times a day. Tell me a little bit more before we move on. What kind of person is Riley? Let's get to know him a little bit better. What kind of cousin is he to you?
A better kid than most kids. He was my sister's age, a couple years younger. So they grew up kind of side by side. So I was 12 years-ish older, 14 years older, sorry. Somewhere in there, I'm losing track of time. He's just a good kid. He's not like the kid every time you talk to somebody like, hey, have you seen this kid? You know, this kid's gone missing. Oh, he'll show up. He's shacked up, or he'll call. It's not this kid. Riley's he's a good kid. He doesn't deserve this. He's just the type of kid. If he was out and he'd talk to anybody. He's not confrontational. We were told even when he had to leave the bar, he wasn't confrontational there. And just, you know, overserved, had to leave. Okay. He's a nice young man. Every time he sees my son, he brings him a new toy.
Oh man.
And I know there was also a clip with another cousin who said that he had a bubbly personality, and that you all were always taught to never go anywhere alone. So knowing that Riley was loved by, or is loved by, so many people, how does it feel knowing that he was alone in that moment?
For whoever said they had information, I'm gonna open up the lines. I will hear from you if you want to call in. I want to hear from y'all when it comes to this case too.
You know, you've seen the video where he just kind of walks across the street and he's by himself. How does that make you feel?
I can't say that on air. Angry.
Jake, I do want to move on, and I'm not going to take up too much more of your time, but we kind of talked about it before we pushed this out to our social media platforms. But what I have been seeing on Instagram and Twitter is a lot of people asking, why was Riley kicked out of the bar in Nashville on Friday? What can you tell us about that?
College kid in there at a bar, he overserved and has to leave. That's all we know, you know. True, false, indifferent.
Okay. Well, I think my final question to you, Jake, is what message would you leave with our viewers who are tuned in right now, and they'll see this story as the days go on, as the search continues? What would you like for them to know, especially here in Kansas City? What can we do to help you all?
Just keep spreading it. Keep spreading it. The more people that talk about it, the more media that gets into it, the more investigation continues and it doesn't get overlooked. It doesn't get passed up. It doesn't quit in a couple of days. It just keeps going. And maybe it saves the next one. Maybe it causes things like this to be looked into more. Maybe it causes the next group of adults, kids, college kids, whatever. Maybe it causes them to think and stay in a group. Don't go by yourself. Just keep spreading the word.
And Jake, I do want to let you know that in our comments on Facebook right now, a lot of people are saying that they are praying for you all and praying for Riley and his safe return. So I want to thank you so much for joining me here at the live desk. As far as our viewers who are joining us right now, we will continue.
All right. So let me dive into this real quick. So today we're discussing, absolutely, it's a very concerning situation, obviously, involving a young man named Riley Strain. Now, Riley is a 22-year-old student from the University of Missouri and has been missing since March 8th, okay? He was last seen after being expelled from Luke Bryan's bar in Nashville, Tennessee, where he was attending a fraternity conference. That's what reports that I'm seeing. Riley is described as being 6 foot 7 inches tall with a slim build, weighing approximately 160 pounds. He has blue eyes, light brown hair, and on the night he disappeared, he was wearing a brown button-up shirt, blue jeans, brown boots, and a black Apple Watch. Friends reported Riley missing after he was removed from the bar and subsequently became unreachable. His phone went straight to voicemail, and his last known location, as per social media, was less than a mile from the bar. The Nashville police and his family have been searching for him since then, but with no success. The authorities have conducted searches in hospitals, jails, and the vicinity where he was last seen, but so far Riley has not been located. The Nashville police are urging anyone with information about Riley's whereabouts to contact them at their non-emergency line 615-862-8600. Now, this situation is deeply troubling. It's deeply troubling. There's a lot of red flags here with me. Like where, and I'm concerned for his safety, not in such a sense to where he was, hurt by somebody. Is that a possibility? Maybe. But it's more concerning of where did he go? Where did he sleep that night? What was the temperatures? What was it like out there? And this is him right here. Hold up 1 second. Let me get an image of Riley for us here across the screen. I'm gonna open up the lines. I want to hear from some people on this Riley case. I definitely want to hear from some of y'all. 1 second though. I want to get a picture of him up here real quick. There we go. Yep, this is him right here. Riley Strain. Let me open up these lines. I want to hear from some people who've been paying attention to this case. If you're out there, let's hear from you. This is heavy. You said prayers for all of Riley's family. I hope and pray he comes home. So sad. I'm allergic to alcohol. Wow. Mushroom says this is so crazy. All these children missing. It is crazy. I mean, this person's 22 years old. He's still young. 865, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, T, it's Mary again. Hey, well, I'm from that area up in East Tennessee. I've been out in Nashville quite a bit. I could tell you a couple of things. There is a video. It's a drone shot of the bar that night he was there. And to see the amount of people was insane. But I had heard and read an article where the boys had been drinking earlier in that day, that he had already had about 5 drinks himself. My thing,
pretty tall, but 160 pounds, there's no telling how much he can handle. I can't say.
Right. Right. And with that, when you see that crowd, you'll see what I'm talking about. But I had heard too that they were, trying to get him to leave or making him leave or whatever. And his fraternity brothers had gone out with him, but they made them come back in to pay the tab, and he took off. But watching him, from being a nurse, he definitely had poisoning toxicity, alcohol toxicity or poisoning. But I'm kind of wondering the way he fell. And I've seen drunk people fall too, but I'm kind of wondering if maybe he got slipped some fentanyl as well, because a lot of times you see people with fentanyl do that. They just fall. And if he was down in that area in Nashville, I hate to say it, there's a lot of homeless, and it could have been mugged and tucked in somewhere. There's a lot of places to be tucked into. If he went into the river, he's gone way down the river. It got a lot of current to it, and during that time frame, it was also very cold in Upper East Tennessee, Nashville. It was cold and raining. I think it got down to the 20s and 30s at night. So anyway, my heart goes out to them. It's just
a fraternity conference, though. Like that's what I'm like. I seen that detail. It said a fraternity conference. What was going on in the fraternity conference?
Well, I mean, you got. I mean, when you look at the bar, you've got all kinds of young people there from fraternities and work and all kinds of stuff, and they're all, doing their frat things, whether it's sorority or fraternity or brides to be, or what I mean. that's what you go for. You get drunk, have a good time. You're in Nashville. That's the whole party scene. And he needed an ambulance. But yeah. But if you can pull up the drone footage,
They already held a vigil for him.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I'm just looking through some stuff while talking to you. It says vigil held for missing Mizzou student Riley Strain as Nashville search continues. So they're already doing vigils.
If he was out in the elements during that week, it got down, below freezing, I think. So we're close to it. He wouldn't have. I don't think he would have survived being out in the elements if he crawled up somewhere. You know what I mean? Stairwell, something. I don't know, but they would have found him by now. But God bless him. Terrible. I feel sorry for his family. Can I add one last thing?
Absolutely.
So going back to the Maddie thing real quick, I want to clear something up for folks, so maybe you can pass it along. A lot of people are asking about why the cops didn't do something about seeing Maddie in the car.
Mm-hmm.
They did not get that video until after she was reported missing.
Right.
They would not have seen her dead in the car. A lot of people are saying, well, the cops should have done something. Why was he driving around? Well, they saw her dead in the car. Why was he allowed to drive around? They did. That's not the way that fell. And I just wanted to clear that up for folks.
Yeah.
But getting back to this young man, there's got to be more CCTV though downtown. The last video that I saw, and you can look this up too, they said he was stumbling into a parking lot garage.
Mm-hmm.
That was the last CCTV that they think they had of him stumbling into the garage. And I don't know if you can find that or not, but it wasn't when he fell. It was after he fell.
Interesting.
And I think the person who was reaching out to him, I think they were just trying to help him, I don't think it was anybody.
I'm looking at shots
grabbing
of
him or
this
anything.
river too, like the bridge there. And I'll bring it
Yeah.
up in a second so people can see. But yeah, I'm
a
looking
big
at this
river.
bridge here, and I'm like, if his phone ping last there, how much further could he get? I mean, did it
Well,
obvious that it probably died or what? I don't know.
And if he fell, he dropped his phone. Who knows? Could have got, what could have happened with his phone. But I hope to goodness he's not in the river. That would be just, I don't know. It's just sad. But anyway, thanks for taking my call again. I just wanted to share that with you.
No, I appreciate that. I'm just looking at some of these videos of Riley running across streets and interesting.
There's one after he falls, and this was I think the sheriff's department put it on today because I was watching it because, like I said, I'm from that area, and I think it was either one of the press conferences or one of the news reports from Nashville where they were saying the last image of him was of him stumbling or falling
Did you
into
see this right here? This video I'm about to pull up right now. Look, it shows. Let me leave it playing. It shows. It zooms in. Right here, it zooms in on somebody grabbing an arm. Right here, you can see somebody grabbing someone by the arm right here.
Yeah, probably trying to help him up or walk or, hey, dude, you all right? Or
yeah, that's what I was looking at on
I
the
don't know if
screen.
that's him though.
Yeah, I don't know either. When I look at this clip, I don't
Doesn't
know
look
if
like
it is either. And it's
his shirt was white, wasn't it? But that doesn't look like that looks like a female. But certainly doesn't look 6'7".
yeah, I got you.
I may be wrong.
I don't know.
Well,
I thought the same thing too. Like what some people are saying in chat, it doesn't look like him. I kind of thought the same thing because you got to think this guy is 6'7", so he's gonna stand a lot taller than. Hold on, let me try to pause on this part right here because I can see him walking across the street. He would stand pretty tall. I mean,
oh yeah,
I can't. I see they're about the same height. It looks like just based. I know it's very grainy, but in general, it looks like they're both about the same height. Whoever that is.
I don't think that's him, but if you get to the part where he hits the sign, like when he's getting ready to hit the sign where he's running.
Yep, I thought the same thing. First one, too short.
Yeah, try to compare.
The sign one when he's running and it's like he goes head first into it.
Right, but right does that. Look at what he's wearing. and his height compared to what's around, like to the sign, to whatever, compared to this person. If you look at this person, look, her head only comes up to the car that's behind her.
Mhm.
Her head is almost level with just the roof of the car.
Let me see if this will play.
I don't know. I don't, you can look at what he was wearing.
Here's the one. Here it is right here. Kind of. I don't
I
want
may be totally wrong, but I don't think that's him.
I'm pulling another one up. This is the stumbling one too. It's in this clip.
Yeah, it's pitiful. And if he hit his head that hard on that concrete thing, that's not good either.
It shows in here too. That's him stumbling right there. I don't know though. He could have been hunched like that.
Back it up just a little bit where you can catch him. Like still, Steve, he's got the black and the white shirt and jeans. Right. Where is he? Right. Yeah. I don't think that's the person holding on to the other person, whatever.
Yeah, because he's clearly walking away on the other one. Right here. Boom. After the sign. Is he grabbing his head?
Let's see.
It looks like he may be grabbing his head.
Where he fell.
No. Maybe phone to the ear. It looked like maybe phone to the ear.
But after that video, there's another one of him going off to the right.
Oh, he's on the phone.
Stumbling into a parking garage. Could be, yeah.
Did anybody notice that he's on the phone right here? He's holding the phone up to his ear, guys. Yeah, I don't think it's him. Oh, yeah, that one that I know you're talking about, the old one. His stride is choppy for sure, and his posture is leaning over too. So we got to take that into consideration when we're looking at some of this footage or the zoomed in footage. Is that he's hunched kind of when he's walking.
Yeah.
I know it's just taking a couple inches down when your back's leaning a little bit and you're walking hunched like he is.
Yeah.
Not much, but some. And he's on the phone too. And right here, he's on the phone. I can see the phone.
Looks like it, yeah. Well, that would be interesting to see who he's trying to call.
Yeah, you can see him. Look, he puts the phone down and he's about to click something right here. Oh, I missed it by a second. Right about there. I keep getting it wrong. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. See, I missed it. You'll see it if you play it. As I'm playing it, you'll see it. He bends the phone back down like he's trying to make a phone call. But I wonder if his phone was dead at that time.
Could be, or he could be so intoxicated he can't dial it. See, and the way he's walking right there, like I said, I've seen drunk people before, but I've also seen. Have you seen the videos of people who take fentanyl and they just fall, or they completely stumble and fall? I wonder if he was slipped something. His family's saying he's not that type of a kid, but when you see that bar and how many people were in there, which is insane.
He's trying to get help here. He must be trying to make a phone call to get a ride or some type of help. He was on the phone, or at least trying to be,
or maybe trying to call the frat brothers and they couldn't hear the phone where they were.
Man, where could he have went from this point forward?
So past this video, type in his name, last known video of him falling into a garage. It said he fell right into a parking garage where you enter on the street level. And I don't know why they're not showing that one as much.
I haven't seen it.
They said that was the last known video of him, was where he was stumbling and falling into the parking garage. And they didn't know where he went from there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
After he fell. Oh, Lord, this poor family.
Like that one right there, that's where he fell. Look, we run, boom. He hits his head clear.
Right. It was after that.
Ugh.
Yeah, bad. He falls there, and then when he gets up and walks off, there's a parking garage on down that he gets close to, and he stumbles into the dark.
We'll see what comes out on this one, Mary. I appreciate you calling back. We'll see.
Okay, I'll see if I can find it. If I can find it, I'll email it to you.
Yeah, email it to me. I appreciate you. I haven't seen that garage one that you're talking about. I've seen people talking about a few different things, but not the garage footage.
Yeah, and look behind it. See that? Is that an ambulance or a fire truck or something behind him? See the lights?
I
I'm
think
sitting
that's
there
a,
going, if
I
that
want
was
to say that's a local bus or something.
well, it had lights like, I don't know if it was, I don't watch the lights here a minute, like see it flashing
Yeah, I see
on
it
the
flashing
wall.
for sure. I do. I
I'm
definitely
sitting
just
there
seen
going,
that. I can't tell if that's a bus or I don't know what it
I
is.
don't think it's a bus. It's either maybe it's a trash thing or if it's not, it's a fire truck. And I was going, oh my God, they were so close
Mm-hmm.
to getting help. But anyway, yeah, it's party and fun, but you can really, really, really mess up. So just take care of yourself, and I hope they
Responsibly, or
find him.
you know, you drink. You got to get cut off at a certain point. You got to know when to cut yourself off, and I think that may be the problem sometimes, and that's why I don't like drinking alcohol. I just don't like it.
Yeah,
Never have.
I'll see if I can find that article about how much they had during the day. The whole group.
Mm-hmm.
They had been partying during the day before they went to this tonight. I mean, that night.
Okay,
They
so
were all pretty well
garage
lit before they
footage. I want to
went.
see that too. Where was that garage footage? Because I've yet to see that.
Okay, let me see if I can work on it, and I'll try to send it to you.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Mary. God bless
Right,
you.
thanks.
Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. All right, I opened them. You said this is really close to where the oh yeah, Sebastian Rogers. Sebastian Rogers. What? We're locked in. I'm always here. 214, you're in the door. Talk to me.
What's up, T-REV?
What's going on? How you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Just looking at this story now.
Yeah,
While we're
I've been
waiting
looking
for,
at this
while we're
story.
looking at Madeline Soto's story, looking at this one, this is pretty interesting to say the least, that he was last seen or thrown out the bar, overserved. But where is he at? Like, where's he at
From
now?
what
He
I
couldn't have got far.
understand, from what I've seen, and they were saying he was trying to pay his tab, but he didn't have a tab. So the bartender was like, "You got to go, dude."
That's crazy.
So it's not like he was fighting or, doing anything crazy like that. And then so he was standing out front, I guess, and they're like, "You can't even stand out front here." And so that's whenever he started walking off. Well, his friends were trying to leave to be with him, and they're like, "No," they stopped them and were like, "Y'all got to pay y'all's tab." But I mean, which kind of doesn't make sense, because usually you just put a credit card down. I mean, that's always what I've done. You put your credit card down. If you forget your credit card, they just charge it at the end of the night. They can't stop you from walking out the bar.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
good
can
point.
smoke cigarettes. Yeah, I don't know if you can smoke cigarettes in there, if you can walk, I don't know the laws there, but, so he walked out and walked opposite of his hotel room. So he
When I
didn't know
was
where
at, they made you smoke on. When I went to Nashville, the one that I was at, they made you smoke on the There was like a balcony that you had to smoke on.
So there you go, but I mean, you could. Who's to tell you you're at a bar you can't walk outside and smoke a cigarette? I mean, that's
Yeah.
you can't go outside. You have to pay your tab. I mean, and then also, like, what else did I see? Oh, in the videos that you're showing, I didn't notice this, but I saw someone posted on Facebook. There's a black car in 2 of those videos that's like creeping. So,
and it's at 18. I see that the GoFundMe here is at 18,000, but the black car creeping. Did you see that in which video again?
I saw it. It's on the video that you were just showing.
Okay.
And then whenever he's further down, that black car shows up again.
I want to look at that. Let's see. Let's get back.
And he did look like he was running, and he hit his head. And I mean, he looked like he got hurt.
Yeah, he did hit his head right there. That does look like it hurt too.
Yeah.
The black car, was it in the first part? Was it in? Do you see it right here?
I'm not watching. I turn my stream off whenever I'm talking to you.
Like in the actual footage where he falls and he hits his head. Do you see it there?
Yep, it was there. And then whenever he was walking, I think by either crossing the street with there was 8 people around. Have you seen that one? It was either in that video. I think it was in that video, or the one where he was walking by the wall.
Interesting.
But there's a black car that shows up twice. But I mean, I did see today on Facebook that I saw something that his friends were saying that he wasn't acting like he usually acts whenever he drinks. So maybe he was slipped something.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was definitely wobbly right there.
Yeah.
Running and falling like that, bumping his head like he could have got injured from that. Believe it or not, I've had a friend back in the day. I just had met him, but it was a friend. He bumped his head and he actually passed away from it.
Oh my
From
God.
bumping his head. And he lived in the neighborhood. We hung out as boys and stuff like that all together, and we'd play ball at the court. But he bumped his head and died, and it wasn't anything crazy. He just was jumping on a ramp and bumped his head.
Yep. I had a friend too in high school, and they got in a fight on the street, and he ended up falling and hitting his head on the curb and ended up dying. Not even from the fight. It was from the fall,
I wonder, that's insane. And it can happen. It could happen. It doesn't even have to. It doesn't look a certain way. You know what I mean? It doesn't. It doesn't always look a certain way like people think. Because when I envision things as, the horrible impact, but it's not always that way because you could hit your head the same way and survive.
And my husband's 6'5", and whenever he takes a fall, it's a lot harder because they're a lot taller. You know what I mean? They're going way down.
If he got like a concussion from that and went off
I was
somewhere.
actually hoping, because I don't want him to end up in the river. I was actually hoping that maybe he had got a concussion and got some sort of amnesia and doesn't know. You've heard weird things like that happening before.
Absolutely.
And hopefully he'll be found, But I did see today that they said he had walked through the Tent City area down there, that the people down there had seen him. And then on the Pascal show, a lady called in the other day, yesterday, I think, and was like, she was down there working with the homeless and thought she doesn't think she saw, but she saw a guy that was wearing his shirt.
Whoa. Interesting.
And she said she really noticed it because these guys were very grubby because they live on the street, and that the shirt was real nice. And that's why she noticed the shirt. And she said it because it was kind of a standout shirt. It was like black on one side or white on the other side. It was, or the pocket color was different,
Yeah.
And then she said that he hung out with a guy who pulled a wagon. And it's crazy because in one of the videos where all those people are crossing the street, there is a homeless guy with a wagon crossing the street right there.
Interesting.
So you just never know what kind of nefarious things could happen. I was kind of hoping maybe he did get a concussion and he got amnesia, or because you hope he didn't go, that would be just terrible. Those parents are just beside themselves,
Yeah, that one's. Somebody said pings we have. Oh, okay, I see that. And that's what I'm seeing with when he falls and hit his head. I'm thinking like, damn, he kind of looked like he busted it hard there.
Yeah.
Honestly, he did.
Yeah. And he's going to take a harder fall.
And not only that, when you got alcohol in your system, that just makes it 10 times worse.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see how hurt he is. He's feeling his head. Well, whenever you're drunk, you don't feel it as bad. So he was pretty hurt.
Yeah, that's a pretty head-on collision right there. I'm looking back at it right now. Just a boom. Oh my goodness. I wonder if anybody who is out there, what is that? Is that pole metal? I mean, obviously concrete.
Looks like it.
He smacks it and he's on the ground. He just lays there.
Yeah. And then he gets himself together and I wonder if he was asking those two. He walks by two ladies and he kind of does a little turnaround, and I'm wondering what he's saying to them. Like, is he asking them for help, or where am I, or where's my hotel, or if any of those people have come forward?
This one is getting to be here. Okay, so he couldn't have gotten that far. He really
no, because the water's down there.
He couldn't have. So what do you? What are your final thoughts with this case right now before I move on to the next caller? What do you think happened to Riley Strain? Do you think that he is alive somewhere? Do you think the unfortunate happened?
I'm just praying to God he's alive because he seems like a good kid.
In college, out having a regular night. Okay.
Yeah.
He's having a regular night. He goes out and is removed and then left to fend for himself on the streets drunk. Horrible friends, allegedly. Like what's going on here? Why are we, if you're at a conference like what I read, fraternity conference, why aren't we making sure everybody gets home?
Fraternity brothers. I heard it was 50 fraternity brothers.
I mean, he's an adult too. I'll leave that also, but I mean, come on, we gotta look out for each other a little better out here. If we're
maybe if they were in
there.
their hometown, but this is a foreign town to them.
See, because I care about the detail. I care if my friend gets home. If I'm out with a friend, I know. I want to know when they got home. That's how I've always been.
Exactly.
That's just me though. I can't speak for everybody else. I can only speak for me. If I'm out with my friends, I make sure they all got home. But also, I was the one that wasn't drinking. So you get what I'm saying? I was the one that wasn't drinking.
Yeah, I used to be a bartender, and we were allowed to drink on the job. And my friends that were too drunk to drive home, I'd just be like, walk to my house because I could walk home from work. Come to my house, stay on my couch. You know, you're not driving.
I want to know who he's calling too. I want to know who he has the phone up to the ear. I can see he definitely has his phone up to his ear on this little clip that they showed.
I think on the news it said his friend called him and he said, "I'm headed to the hotel." Maybe it was a text. I don't know.
We'll check out. I'm gonna actually play that news press conference. I'm glad somebody just said that because that has everything up to date as far as hold up, press conference. I just was looking at it.
Yeah, and his parents are posting like a lot, or friends of the family, because they're still there.
You all ready?
They got in their car right away and took the drive.
Yep, here it is right here. I'm glad they're out there. That's what the family looks like. They broke my heart when I seen that little video of the clip of mom and they go into there. They're all sitting there. They just look completely broken.
Yeah. Yes.
Completely broken. I'm gonna play this press conference real quick and see what they divulge. I don't know. Have you seen this press conference?
I've seen it all.
Okay, you've seen it all. I didn't see this press conference at all.
It happened today. Yeah.
We'll check it out real quick. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for giving us some information on this case that you've seen and stuff that you've seen around. I appreciate you sharing that with us.
Okay, well, have a great night.
God bless you. Stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Hold on, let's play this little press conference real quick and see what they say about Riley Strain. Maybe some of y'all seen it, maybe some of you haven't, but I like details.
This gentleman just took off for some reason. Okay, we'll give him a second. Okay.
Is that him in the striped shirt?
Yeah. I'm assuming he'll be back. Okay. All
right, let's scoot up to where they're talking right here.
Sir, you okay there? All right.
All right, here we go. Good night, Squishio. You must have missed it.
The police department's urban search and rescue team, a highly trained group of individuals, have been searching the river bank and the river itself using a sonar-equipped boat. Thus far, we've found no sign of our missing person. Sergeant Bob Nielsen is the supervisor for our homicide cold case unit. That unit is responsible for investigating missing persons, and Sergeant Nielsen's going to go over with you now where the investigation stands at this point. Sergeant Nielsen.
Something doesn't add up. Something's wrong here.
Don has already mentioned, we've been out here with our urban search and rescue people today. We've also utilized my cold case detectives on foot, traveling through the area. We've also used aviation, as well as our police boat, which, as he mentioned, has sonar. In the past couple of days, we've also involved the Office of Emergency Management. They have a boat with sonar, and they also have a drone. We've had their drone operator come out here. And we've also been utilizing our downtown partnership people and just trying to make any contacts of some of the citizens walking through here, including people that live in nearby homeless camps, and have been recanvassing for video and reaching out to some of the bars and businesses down here, which I'd like to point out that they've all been extremely cooperative with us. And I'm open to any questions you have.
Phone when it went.
I just want to take one moment to point something out to everybody who's watching. Do you see this right here? Homicide unit. Interesting. Homicide unit. Again, homicide unit. I'm just seeing little clues here. I don't know what happened out here. I'm not saying that is what happened, but it is interesting. We got a guy from homicide unit out here speaking. What is going on here? You see that, right? Am my eyes playing tricks on me? Or does that say homicide across his chest? So is this a homicide, sir? Tell us more about it.
Down. Is there any tracing of the phone?
So the last thing we had on the phone information was all of the pings that they did were based on exigency, so we were able to get that. Apple has been very helpful with us. We're still waiting on some phone record information. We're still waiting on that data. However, the last ping that they had was off a cell tower near Top Golf, which is on the other side of the river. However, the radius is about 2 miles, so it doesn't give us a direction to travel or more detailed information. We just know that that's the tower that it hit off of. We're still waiting on the phone records. We don't have the information quite back on the Apple Watch. I didn't know this. I'm not an Apple person, but apparently it has its own separate phone number. So that's one of the things that we're also waiting on is data from that as well. It doesn't tell us exactly why they went down. There could be a variable number of reasons of why both of those went down, from we don't know how long he had them charged to
right, T-Smith?
Turn them off. I mean, any number of things. But the data right now, the rest of it, the phone records and so forth, we're still waiting on. We know that the last ping off that tower was between 9:55 p.m. and 10 p.m. And I believe the last phone conversation or attempted conversation by one of his friends was also during that same time. That was the last time anybody had any kind of interaction with him on the phone.
I'm just saying, with that homicide unit, it's just throwing me off. Like, I'm looking at, okay, this is a missing persons case. Everybody calm down here. But I'm seeing homicide. So why would you put that in front of my eyes? Because I'm immediately I'm thinking foul play now. Since we got a homicide detective up here talking. Usually it would just be, some regular police talking, right? Not no sergeant from homicide. R. Nielsen.
We'll talk about our cameras, Bob, what we know from the cameras.
Thank you. With the camera footage that we have right now, the last known footage we have of Mr. Strain was coming in this direction, which would be towards us in a northerly direction. It caught him between the James Robertson Bridge and Woodland Street Bridge traveling this way. He was on foot. There was nobody else around him that we can see. We do have some cameras on the back of our Birch building, which is our courthouse here. However, it doesn't catch him crossing the path of that, and they would have caught anybody on either side of the Gay Street connector. So at this point, we're kind of back canvassing, if you will, going back, possible route he may have taken from Broadway up 3rd, down towards Church Street, down in this direction, to look for any other cameras we may have missed, as well as look for any other potential employees at some of these businesses that we can talk to that may not have been here past few days, but might have been here Friday night. So we're still going back and looking for more cameras and more witnesses.
You're with the homicide unit, so there's really no way to tell.
What did I miss about how he was introduced? I may have missed that. What did I miss? I'll be looking for your comment.
Whether the end of this story will be an accident or a criminal situation right now. You can't tell that, right?
No, there's absolutely no indication whatsoever there's any kind of foul play or other crime involved. This is strictly a missing person investigation at this point. Obviously, those things can always change. We just don't know. But right now, all of our resources are dedicated towards finding him.
Okay, so he did give some clarification there on the things that I was noticing, homicide on his chest, but he is saying that right now, missing persons from what he said. Again, let's play that back.
Towards Church Street, down in this direction, to look for any other cameras we may have missed, as well as look for any other potential employees at some of these businesses that we can talk to that may not have been here past few days, but might have been here Friday night. So we're still going back and looking for more cameras and more witnesses.
You're with the homicide unit, so there's really no way to tell whether the end of this story will be an accident or a criminal situation right now. You can't tell that, right?
No, there's absolutely no indication whatsoever there's any kind of foul play or
bing bong right there.
Bing bong.
So what he's saying is there's no indication of foul play. It's just that homicide unit on your chest just throws me off.
Other crime involved. This is strictly a missing person investigation at this point. Obviously, those things can always change. We just don't know. But right now, all of our resources are dedicated towards finding him. We're not conducting a criminal investigation of any type. So we're utilizing all of our detectives and our other resources, as we mentioned, in just looking for him. Because like I said, there's no indication he was in a fight or argument with anybody on the street, as far as we know right now, or anybody in any establishment he may have visited. So we're just solely looking at this as a missing person case.
Is there a way to trace Ubers, Lyfts, those kinds of things, taxis?
So we don't believe, based on the information we have so far from financial institution, that he utilized any kind of ride share. However, I know that I believe the family or someone has reached out asking if they may have caught him on video because, as we all know, a lot of your rideshare partners will have dash cams. And so people have reached out to them, hey, if you see anything, can you send it to us, send it to the police department? But we have not seen any evidence that he would have used that. All the footage that we have so far, he was walking, so there's no indication that he got into a vehicle, whether a cab or a rideshare. And then, of course, until we get his phone records back, we can't see if he utilized any one of those types of applications as well.
There was a body cam of an officer dealing with another situation that officer came across.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Do you have an update on that?
I don't. There was no real interaction between the two because that officer was dealing with that other situation.
Everybody good?
Any other questions?
Would you mind just going back over what you did?
Oh, yeah. So I was just telling them that basically we've been utilizing our urban search and rescue people as well as our police boat. They've gone up and down the bank. They've made multiple sweeps. Urban search and rescue has checked several areas, including any dilapidated buildings, as well as there's a storm drain that people will use sometimes. So they've been doing that, as well as we've had our cold case detectives actually walking the Greenway all the way up towards Jefferson Street, because there's a lot of residential new buildings up there that you can't get to by vehicle. You can get to the buildings, but you can't get behind them. So we're trying to utilize everybody on foot, on boat. We've utilized aviation. Office of Emergency Management has come out the past couple of days, couple of times, both with a boat, with sonar, as well as with their drone. And then also, I don't know if many of you are familiar with the Cajun Navy, United Cajun Navy. There's a couple different organizations from Louisiana, but they also have members in other states, including Tennessee. They've also come up here to assist us with an airboat and some of their resources from private organizations to also assist in the search for Riley.
Is there anything unprecedented about what's going on, or is this just a natural course of things as you do this investigation?
It's just a natural progression.
I'm sorry to hear that, Glass.
You know, with a missing persons case, people go missing for various reasons. Some are voluntary, some are not. Some could be due to a medical incident. Right now, we have no idea what happened with this gentleman. We don't believe that there's any crime involved, however. So all of our resources
So again, he reiterates that we don't believe that there was any crime involved whatsoever. Okay. I got to take his word for it at this time, but we do need to keep in mind that the information that he's holding back on, which he's definitely going to be holding back on some information. Of course, as an officer, you're not going to give out too many details, right? You're going to give out the ones that you think the public needs to see or hear. Everything else will be worked from behind that desk. We know how that works. But, and I see you, Valdis. I'm actually going to call you because I see you say you had a lot of information. I seen your email. So after this video, I'll call you.
right now are dedicated towards locating him. And then once we find him, to try to see if there's any kind of, medical attention, something that he may need. And obviously we're looking for a positive outcome. And so, but we're open to all the information that we get. We're still utilizing our Crime Stoppers. A lot of people think that that's just for crimes, homicides, robberies, so forth. But we've also utilized that for people calling in. And I've been getting Crime Stoppers tips every single day regarding possible sightings or any information that people think that they have. I mean, you name it, people call us, we're checking it out. We've also provided our information so they can contact us, either me directly by email, my lead detective, or our public information office, our social media, Facebook, Instagram, all that. So we're utilizing absolutely every resource we can possibly think of at this point. There's no reason to believe that he's been a victim of a crime, and I can't possibly think of any other resource we could utilize that we haven't used or are using right now.
So I get, maybe they're just not seeing something for them to say that it's a crime. All right, we got to look at it like that. One, because you're last seeing the clips and video footages of him. But if he last pinged by the bridge, Did he fall off the bridge? Did somebody pick him up at the bridge? That doesn't mean that a crime didn't, there wasn't a crime committed. That doesn't mean that. It absolutely doesn't. I get why he's saying it, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't a crime committed. It's been 7 days. They haven't found him whatsoever. No inkling of a clue to where he's at. I don't know. This one is a bit perplexing, to say the least, especially you see in the last video footage of him running and busting his head on a sign, a metal sign at that. And he was running at a good speed too. So imagine that. Imagine if he got a concussion from that or whatever. Where is he at? I was looking at the weather earlier, right? Let's look at what the weather was on that date. Let's say he did fall or something was wrong. Nashville weather, March 8th. Let's check that out. Let's see what the March weather was. 1, 2, nope, that's not it. Okay, so it says 20, it said low, high 50s or something? Let me see. It doesn't, I just seen it before. It said low 50s. That doesn't sound right. Or low 44. And this was on Nashville weather, March 8th of 2024.
Have they been notified to look as well? I mean, is there...
Yeah, he's been entered into NCIC, which is very common. So when we do a missing person report, when that's entered into NCIC, and as we bolo that information, we push it out to some of our partner, like, Sumner County, Cheatham County.
Okay, I got it right here. The high 68, low 56. Nashville, Tennessee, again, on the 8th of March. Let me make sure this is right. Yeah, let's just say 50. Okay, hold up. 50 degrees, low 40 on the 8th. My bad. So 50 degrees, low 40. Next day, 60 degrees, 45 on the 9th. Next day after that, 69 degrees and 40 on the 3rd, on the 10th. On the 11th, 78 degrees, low, or the high, and then 56 the low. 64 the high on 12th, and 58 the low on the 12th. 62 the high on the 13th. 55 the low. So I mean, it's not like it's crucial weather, but on the 8th, it definitely, the lowest was 40 degrees. And then the next day, the lowest was 45 degrees. Interesting. I just wanted to look at that weather. I think looking at the weather on that day is important too. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate the support to the channel. Keep this time slot and you shall make history. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Thank you for everybody who shows support to the channel. That's not what it's about, though. I like coming together with great minds, and I do appreciate the people that do support me. So shout out to y'all.
THP and so forth. They usually get that information. Our fusion centers tend to push a lot of that information out as well. So that information has pretty much been disseminated. Yes, ma'am.
The homeless know more, I think, Anna says. Appreciate it.
That's true. So actually back in this direction, this first bridge is James Robertson Parkway. The next bridge is Woodland Street.
Absolutely not.
He was last seen between those two bridges traveling in this direction. And that's the last footage that we have. I think that was around 9:52, 9:53, somewhere in that range. There's actually a large homeless encampment that's down the riverbank. And we actually made contact with some of those people today. Our urban search and rescue people talked to them. They even let us search that area, because that's treated like a domicile.
That would be breaking news right now if her report was out. By the way, I just want to say that shit would be breaking news everywhere. It'd be talked about.
Some of them are. So they've been very helpful as well. And so we're just utilizing everybody we can talk to in this area. But that's the last known area. So what they told you is accurate. They just didn't know that the homeless encampment was down there. So.
Yeah, so at that point, once we got there, we don't know if we went down or got hit, or we don't know anything. It's operating.
Correct. And as I mentioned to them, there are cameras on the back of the Birch building, but they would have caught anybody on either side of the street, but there's nothing to indicate he came this way. So we also utilize the camera. There's a pole camera right there as well, and it doesn't show him in this direction. So
yeah, right.
In the event that he could have possibly have doubled back and the other camera that we last saw him on didn't catch him, both well, actually all detectives that we have out on this, as well as the security people that watch the parking garage and the families themselves. I mean, we've had 3 different groups literally go through that parking garage for the past 2 days, just in case they've missed an open door, the safety netting in case somebody somehow went over the side. They've checked everything that they can over there, and security was checking again for us today, just because there's always a possibility the camera didn't catch him going back across, and maybe he went back up to James Robertson through that parking garage, as well as the stairs on the outside of the parking garage. Not that we've seen on video. I know some people that have called in have thought there was, but we haven't seen any evidence of that. I was told today that there was a homeless gentleman that may have actually seen him, like close proximity, like from me to you. So we're actually trying to find that individual right now to see if he can provide us more information, but we haven't been able to find him so far. Yes, ma'am.
Reiterated, especially today, how communicative y'all have been, and they're very pleased from that standpoint. Is it hard when you have a lot of family members in the area trying to help you? How do you work in tandem with family members in the search?
It's just like when we have a homicide, we try to have one point of contact, whether it's one parent, 2
And
parents.
I want to bring this up too, because this is actually pretty clean. Hold up 1 second before we finish that. Look at this. This is a clean
He was
shot.
kicked out of Rain. He was in Nashville with some of his fraternity brothers for a conference.
That's a pretty clean shot right there.
What happened during that night out after he was kicked out of country star Luke Bryan's bar. I've been speaking with his family this week in Nashville. They're from Missouri searching for him, and they say he was just out having a good time. Stephanie Haynes has the latest on the case. Stephanie, we're about to talk to the parents again in just a little bit, but the emotions behind this disappearance are difficult for everybody involved.
Yeah, it's really hard to imagine. I mean, friends and family still haven't heard from the college senior. So last night they held a vigil in his honor in his hometown of Springfield, Missouri, but still no sign of him. Nobody knows what may have happened to him or where he is. And as you mentioned, surveillance video from downtown Nashville, where Riley was last seen last Friday, appears to show him stumbling and disoriented. Authorities are using surveillance footage to piece together his movements after he and some friends were kicked out of country music singer Luke Bryan's bar for being overserved. Riley told them, he told his friends, he was going back to the hotel, but the video shows him going in the opposite direction. News Nation obtained the 911 call a friend made when they realized Riley.
And that should scream everything in the world is wrong. He's going the opposite direction.
Was missing.
Who is it that you're wanting to report is missing? We're here on a fraternity formal trip. It's one of my good buddies. And what was he last seen wearing? Outside of Luke Bryan.
All right, I want people to also look at it like this too. This is a 22-year-old. He's drunk. He's in Nashville, right? He's from Missouri over here in Nashville at a fraternity conference. So now he's at a place out of his element, gets kicked out of this bar or whatever happens there, or overserved, right? So now he's sent out in this crazy mind frame because he's obviously wasted, going the opposite way of the hotel. Oh yeah.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Something's wrong here, ladies and gentlemen.
This bar last night at like 10, and then
Something's
the
wrong
last time
here.
his location on his phone was by the sheriff's office at like 11 p.m.
Detectives applied for a search warrant for Riley's digital footprint with the hopes of using his cell phone and Apple Watch data to find him. Nashville police told News Nation that the Office of Emergency Management searched the Cumberland River and river bank for clues, but came up short. And in the meantime, Riley's fraternity brothers and friends at school are understandably unnerved and very worried.
Everyone right now is just holding their breath,
really
hoping
wrong.
that we will find him safely, hoping that we will find him without injury.
And one other thing, Marky, a university spokesperson says that Nashville police came to them and said, hey, can you check on Riley's apartment at school just to see if maybe he made it back? But he wasn't there, Marky.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. All of us praying for his safe return. Stephanie Haynes, thank
Yeah, but and the thing about that too is if he was gonna go back to Missouri, he would have been back by now. He would have been found by now. He would have contacted his family by now. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. And let me give somebody, or actually, Valdis says she has all the info. Says she got the deets. I got you, Valdis. I'm gonna call you right now. Calling right now. Here we are. Something's wrong with this case. I got a deep dive into
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
Let me try again. Is it turned off?
Your call has.
Okay, maybe she's turned off at this time. But this it's crazy. I'm gonna open up the lines, take a couple more phone calls, then I need to dive into this case and find some details in this one too. And then people saying that this other thing is out. There's no way that it released. No way. Robert was going. He said, "Don't forget, fentanyl causes you to get hot and get to water to cool off." Kansas City 3. Interesting. Over here in Australia, if you overserve alcohol to a patron owner of the bar and workers get massive fines, that's crazy. I think you do here too, though. But then again, I don't know that for certain. You said T-REV, I think he was asking for directions to the hotel when he stopped those people. Gen DC, the bar will be investigated for sure for overserving. Yeah, it's definitely gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen. Let me close this real quick. Scroll this down. This was the end of this. I just wanted to check that because the video that I was just playing at the beginning of it, if we go back to here, it had a good clip in the beginning of it. That's why I had it up in the first place.
Riley brothers for a conference, and this surveillance.
So this part, I didn't see this one, I don't think. Again, that's him crossing the street. What time is this? What's the timestamp on this video? He looks like he's conversating with them. I wonder if that woman even remembers that was him, or if they talked to police at all. Because it looks like she's saying something to him in the cowboy hat here. Look, this woman in the cowboy hat is looking over at him, saying something. He's looking back. It's like he's saying something. He turns around. He addresses her straight away. See, he was having a conversation with her walking down the whole entire way. Who's this lady in this cowboy hat, ladies and gentlemen? I'm not saying anything bad. I'm just saying in general, who's that? They're having a full-blown conversation as they walk. She must be saying, "You're drunk" or something. Alicia says they need to at least find his body. His mama needs closure if he fell in a river. I'd be curious to what he said to this woman. Definitely like to know that. What did he say to this woman? They're definitely. Thank you, April. I appreciate you. Thank you. 716, you're in the mix. What's going on?
Hey, how's it going? I have just a couple things to put out there into the ether.
Yeah, put it out there, sir. The floor is yours.
So, first of all, love the channel, love everyone in the chat, and it's amazing to be able to have an outlet like this when you're sitting on your couch at 3:32 in the morning.
Love, man.
So, I kind of think it's a little suspect that a bar that has an owner who not only went through all the weird stuff that went down in Las Vegas, if you know what I mean, would allow a group of fraternities to have a social gathering, seeing as though they probably weren't able to have a gathering on school property. Maybe I said that wrong. My wife is downstairs watching. She's probably shaking her head right now. But it's very weird that a bar like that would allow, a group of kids that we all know hate each other,
right,
and are competing to be able to do that. Okay, A, B, cell phone service. Okay, I'm going to just say this real quick, and I know that everyone out there with a half a brain is going to understand. If the government really wants to find out where you were, just look at January 6th. Everyone, they use the cellular technology with the phone companies, I don't want to say the names, And if you were down in that area,
wow,
you're in jail. Do you know what I'm saying?
Damn.
Okay. I don't mean to just straight drop bombs, but number 3, if you look at the map, and it took a little while for us to find out, because we're in how do I say this? We're in New York State, upstate New York, and there's a lot of railroad transportation up by us, seeing as though we're on at the border. If you look up at the map where that road where Broadway was, and then he went up north to Gay Street, and then there's 2 bridges that cross the river. Right up past those 2 bridges, from on my map, is our railroad tracks that go across the water. And when we watched that one press conference, it didn't really look like that was a pedestrian or like a car bridge. It looked like it was a industrial zone railroad bridge. All right. That's one other thing we missed, or that we noticed. And the last thing I want to leave you with is people in homeless camps are going to keep their drugs come hell or high water. Okay. So the whole fentanyl thing, that attacks your respiratory system, and you're dead, especially if you have no tolerance, in minutes. And those spills that kid had, there's so many. I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to leave it at that. And thank you for taking my call. And I hope that I hope we're able to rattle some brains and get,
Yeah, I mean, this case is wild, man. I mean, this guy's seen going towards this bridge, last pinging near this bridge, near the river.
Yeah.
And falls off the face of the earth, and nobody knows where he's at. I mean, is this another one of these cases that you can add to the episodes on Disappeared on Investigation Discovery? Is this what that's turning out to be, or are they going to find this young man?
Right. And I don't want to really just destroy, but the whole Kohlberger case.
Yeah.
Which he was one of the top guys in his class. No wonder they want to take him down. What was this kid studying? Did he have any enemies? You know what I'm saying? Was he a top dog in his fraternity? I would think hazing and all that stuff, that's in the fall when they're bringing in new recruits. So, and the semesters, like if you're on spring break, they're going to take their exams and then they're done. So I couldn't really say hazing, but for a bar that's owned by a real well-known guy, and I've never been there, maybe it's a cool bar. If you're a bartender and someone says they want to give you money, are you going to say no, or are you going to take their money? Like, I don't know.
This one is, again, man,
crazy.
This one is crazy. Just disappears, vanishes. No trace. No, they don't think anything negative. That homicide detective or cold case detective, he specifically was saying it's not. We don't think it's a crime. So, I mean, but what's the last? This is the last video that you seen him on right here, and we can't tell if a crime happens off screen.
If they really wanted to clear the air, like that restaurant or club or bar doesn't have 500 cameras everywhere. You know that bar is printing money. There's kids that travel all over the country to go there and drink, and you don't got, like, come on. Come on.
A lot of people are speculating that it'll be found in the river. And did he fall off the bridge?
I hope not, but for them to just say, and then one other thing, 6'7" and 165 pounds.
What's baffling my mind here is that this is shaping up and looking like an episode of Disappeared. I hate to say that, and I'm not trying to be negative Nancy here, but I'm saying in general, like when you watch the episodes of Disappeared, they all have their own footprint, but these people disappear and fall and vanish off the face of the earth after being seen on CCTV footage or being last known to be at their location, and now they just vanished. It's absolutely weird that it's just nothing. You didn't found no inkling of him, no cell phone, no shoes, nothing was found of that belongs to him. Correct?
Correct. And when you slam your head on a concrete pole, we've all probably had our nights and our falls, and it is what it is. But that shirt's gonna have blood all over it. And when they said he was looking at his phone, I think that kid was catching his blood in the palm of his hand because he was stumbling. You know what I'm saying? And you got the Apple Watch, which is tied to your phone. I want to say that those watches have their own SIM, not necessarily like a SIM card, but like for the permissions you got to sign to have that. Come on, there has to be a trace of it somewhere. There has to be. And if there isn't, well, then someone from the phone company's got those records. Someone, I don't know. But there's probably a bunch of other people that are waiting in line to call in. And I thank you so much for taking my call.
I appreciate you, brother.
All right. I'll talk to you soon, buddy. Have a good night.
You stay vigilant, man. Lock your doors.
Will do.
Make sure you know what I mean. We're hanging out on the couch. You got to lock them doors, though. God bless, brother. I appreciate you, man.
Bye-bye.
Damn, good phone call. Yeah, we're gonna have to dive into this one some more, man. I got to do some research on this case, ladies and gentlemen. This one's wild too, and we're covering Madeline Soto extensively around the clock. I've been looking at this. I had to come on tonight. I woke up late and I was like, I'm gonna take the night off, and I couldn't just do it. I couldn't do it. 2 hours later, I was on. In my head, I was like, I'm gonna take the night off. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. No, I'm not. Yeah, I am. No, I'm not. I was like, nah, I can't. I'm itching too much to come on and talk about the cases and with you guys. I can't. So a shout out to everybody who came by this stream. I appreciate you. I'm about to get off and do some research on this and continue and gather things on Madeline Soto case. We'll see if anything comes out tomorrow on that. We'll dig in more deeper on this. Also, I appreciate everybody. Again, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. And you already know how we end it.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, I wanted to change, I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage, when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn insane.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, it's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one making a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I